All right. Patchday. I already have an idea immediately what I'm gonna do first. I have to check. It's been bugging me for so long. First off, hopefully no crashing. We get to see how stable this patch. I'm sure it's stable. We'll have to see though. But all right. there is one thing before anything else I want to check. We can do it with Gunhead naturally, but I have to see something. Hello, shaders. Okay. That's more a me thing than anything else. Let's go down back to high. That should fix things. Oh my god. Shaders. I should probably restart. Hey, Floozy. Note to self. Yeah, let me just restart real quick. Any settings in here I need to change? Performance, frame generation, motion blur off, everything's high. Alright, it's loaded in. I do want to see how performance is too, so let's get FPS counter on the top left. Hey, winning. Yeah, I imagine shaders are dying. Yeah, that's perfectly fair. I was on Ultra too, I had to drop it down back to medium. That seems to be stable now. Okay. So first things first, Gunhead. Okay, so you unlock the variants at different prestiges. I wonder if the prestige system's the same too. That's unfortunate, Jaeger. I'm sorry to hear that. So he's like masked man on steroids. He gets HMGs too. Oh man, Bagman just lost a lot of equity. All right, what rigs can he carry though? That's gonna be a big question. I have good internet. And Ragey, if you're talking about the video, that was because I got behind the scenes info from Fundog. That's where that video came from. Okay. He can get the rack? That's crazy. Yeah, put it in the description at the end of the video. But yeah. Okay, apparently there's a new quest giver now too. Is it for... It's not for you, is it? No, that's Kane. What about you? That's our usual friendly guy. Is it you? No. Is it scavengers? Apparently there's new quests. Yeah, there's in the patch notes there's a new quest giver apparently. It might be for the new map also. Okay. So do I just get like any gun I want right off the rip? That's pretty big. Let's go to our vendors too. I want to see if anything new came out. I did read over the patch notes, but I still don't really have a great idea what's everything in here. All right, let's fix our rep real quick. I don't see anything new. I imagine they probably would have said in the patch notes if there's anything new. Just want to make sure. Yeah, it's the downside of just game dev nowadays. Especially, I think Unreal Engine 5. Just you're gonna re-download the game most of the times. It's just the way it be. The corpse tank panel having its own model now is actually quite interesting. There's no way this is like remotely still good. Yeah, it's been here for a while. Yeah, it's just Unreal Engine 5 and games like that requiring full reworks whenever, or full downloads whenever they push out. All right. The drill. I need to buy that. That looks cool as shit. Oh no. Apparently you can't heal as Gunhead, right? 70 gigabyte patch, yeah. I want to see what this is. So this is, well, first things first, I need to, hold on, let me go actually get a better rig on. We just want to get the pack mule. Okay, so there, like I said, there is one thing I want to check before literally anything else. Let's just give him a gun real quick and get him out, shipped out. We'll just use, yeah, 58's fine. I just really want to see something real quick. Game, yeah, a little bit of a stutter there. 762, we're trying to send 308. There we go. We'll just bring 300. I don't plan on fighting much here. I'm gonna bring some meds in. Apparently, like they were saying, Gunhead can't heal in raid, but I am curious. So we do have our S58, we have our surplus shotgun, we have a few meds, we're good. Okay, I know everyone wants to see Frozen Swamp, but there is something I have to check first. There is... Wait, also... We're going to Frozen Swamp next. What is that? Those aren't overlapped correctly. Unplayable. I'm uninstalling. There's a little bit of white right there. I have to see if they removed it. I have to see if I need a riot in the streets. That's one thing. I just need to make sure they didn't remove my little fun spot. If they did, I'm gonna be very sad. I brought a jump for a reason. I have to see if they're gonna be anti-fun.
Perhaps today is the day.
Perhaps the day today is what? Okay, so we have 2.2k HP right off the rip. And our equipment is our 5 slot. And we have head ammo too. So I need to go over to my jump. Don't you told me... Okay, I cannot... Yeah, Gunhead cannot heal. Did they raise it a little bit higher? There's another way to get... I can get over here too. This is not the only way. Alright, so I cannot heal off regular medkits. Okay, I'm still up here. We're good. Nothing has changed. I love it. That's still there. Okay, we're good. I'm happy. They didn't remove the fun spots. Can I not ADS as him? Hello. I mean, I might as well go ahead and see, right? Hey. Oh, that's new. That's a different sound effect. Gunhead, no! Wait, what do I... Is that oil or blood? I think it looks like oil. Okay, so dog's still 2k... One shot you under 2k health. That's good to know. And, yeah. Very, very nice to see. The grab was kind of far away, but it's good to know. So, it looks like I haven't seen many changes on Cemetery yet. We'll explore more later, but first things first, we need to go back to the actual new map now. And so it looks like perhaps we can't actually fully ADS with Gunhead, which does make some degree of sense, right? But I also do want to test out later if they actually fixed the issues with ADSing. There is some stutter going on whenever I drag weapons over. Alright. Consumables? Okay, it's a consumable. Oh, it just goes in a regular slot. Okay. It actually... No, it can use Painless, apparently. It has full access to Painless. Though I do want to go a little bit silenced for now. 545, we'll bring like 600. Hey, a little bit more than that. And one big item too is, well, we're gonna bring a 20 mil. If they didn't change anything with the threat system at all, 20 mil is gonna immediately get HKs on us. All right, before we head in, I do want to explore a few things in here. Hello, citizens. I feel like they're going to be killable eventually. We might see it. They were talking about in the Q&A their first, like, new weapon patch is going to be... Oh, Lordos. This is Lordos. Okay. Flick cigarette at your feet. It's Lordos with O's. You think I don't understand your child's European slur? It was given to me. The ones that found me saved me. You can call it this. Daddy saved. Give me his name. Okay, so he's like a wounded at Orgomech, and then he got saved and pinned to the wall. Saved. He wants cigarettes. Got it. Got it. Understood. I kind of like that quest system a bit more. His actual name begins with a B. Biosuit. Okay, so Orgamax or biosuit, which we kind of figured, right? My hardened biosuit saved from the lifetime. It's sold now. This was kind. Standard police issue. So it's not standard police issue. Bioslums of Outer Mongolia. Bioslums. Alright, he wants imported cigs. Apparently, I mean, Yorushka is probably that greater area, right? Especially considering the biofuel tool, you're still offline, right? Yeah. So now you want some imported cigs. So we have reasons to pick up cigarettes now. I haven't found one yet, but we haven't really looked that hard either. Maybe there's some like mech stuff we can pick up eventually. Any new upgrades at all? Let's go talk to our friend over here. Oh, water bots. Deliver 1 day of water every 2 days. Oh, hiring water bots may allow water thieves to locate your innards. So if you want to automate your water supply, you can do that, but there's a chance of water thief missions. Sure, why not? And we have turret defenses too. Sure, let's go ahead and go crazy with this. Crafting, we own that. We can do water bots. Water tank, we're already maxed out on. I need to get the last one for that. We own all this. Alright, so it's literally just extra water defense stuff. So let's go ahead. Now we have these little guys. We have some brothers. What's up, brothers? How's it going? I will go pet the dog, don't you worry. Alright. First thing, we gotta pray to our god. Alright, well thanks, Mr. Lord. Alright, I guess we can't pet you. Do I not have an animation as Gunhead to pet the dog? Oh no. I'm pressing it. I feel like it doesn't have an animation for Gunhead yet. We'll change characters after a mission with Gunhead real quick. We'll rectify this. Yeah, you're empty. That actually makes sense. Did we get any new rigs off Pendleton too? No. What a good boy. just a turret right here, just chilling. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out when we get water thieves eventually. I'm not sure when I'll get them, but it's maxed out now. All right, let's go to quests. Let's see if there's any quests on the new map. Frozen Swamp. Probing mission. Sure. Here's a little good probe. Who doesn't love a good probe? So, for Gunhead, it looks like you unlock the different variants on the head. So we start with an APC-9 Pro, then we go over to AKs, RPDs, and then the A12 is the last. And he's basically just a weapons guy on crack. He's got literally everything here. I guess the downside being that it's like almost counterintuitive is that you have like every weapon that you could possibly want, but at the same time, you can't heal. So like there's this dilemma going on where you can have any weapon you want offensively, but at the same time, if you get shot, you ain't repairing it. But maybe that'll change in the future. Some self repair. I am curious about this too. I want to see if there's any more spots on the map we can actually blow open. Okay, so let's go to the new map now, Frozen Swamp. Scavenger Camp, Railroad Tracks, Titan Wreck. Okay, so let's start Scavenger Camp. Yeah, it's a good trade-off. Let's see how performance is on the new map too. Also, it's gonna be like our first instance of seeing mashed trees, right? That'll be interesting. I imagine there'll be trees here. Tech trees. Oh, it's night shift. Hold on, I can fix this. That's DLSS doing its thing. Is it good? Does it work in a balance? No, balance still throws it off. Down you go. And let me go down to medium just to be careful here. Shaders have to reload, but that's fine.
Perhaps today is the day.
Actually, I'm getting 80 FPS on not the DLSS. Let's actually go back to high then if that's the case. Alright, playing around a bit. I wonder, so I generally only get that issue on night shift maps, so I wonder if we load it into night shift immediately. A little bit of stutters here and there. That's probably just the shader reloading for me changing the settings 3 times. I like how too, he's got like some rigidity in his like animations too, right? He's not like he's not This feels like a night shift. Beyond effective range. What are you? Skirmisher Water Thief. Oh, that's for our gun on the top. Okay, interesting. It will tell you when you're like too far away to actually shoot. Refining plans. Huh. So it looks like we're in an area with... yeah, we can't ADS fully. Yeah, you just have to turn off DLSS. So is this going to be only a... We'll have to see how it is. But I wonder if it's only a Water Thief map. Wait, those are different looking cyborgs. You can't do this to me. I just released a video on you. They have... They're either retextured a bit, or they have different components on them. Still a quality check fail. They look a little bit different, though. I wonder if ring light's still awful. We can check. Actually, we can check, I think. We do have a sled open. So, 5... That's about the same. I'll have to go to other maps and explore too. Alright, so we're heading over the Titan. This is the main complex in the center. I wonder if this is going to be mainly only water scavs. Yeah, it's got a very unique aesthetic to it, right? Plenty of water in here. New mech trenches confirmed. Now, it is, by the way, I'm walking, there's a lift. I'm walking around right now, and like, it feels like I'm passively passively drawing attention. Either that or they're reacting. We have to go up, right? Oh, those had... No, the Thrall cyborgs always had blue eyes. If they had red eyes, that'd be actually huge. Okay, so we get a nice little thing up. Is it the Titan? I like it. Sir? Oh, they're draining him from blood. Okay, I see what's going on here. They are extracting the AB blood from him. No, they're farming him for blood. All right, so we have your open drones. Oh no, it's a water thief drone. Okay, maybe a placeholder for now, or repurposed your open drones. All right, let's go down in the water and see if we instantly die from the water. Hope? Question mark. Maybe. All right.
Check those corners.
Uh-oh. They're floating. Listen, okay, look, there's plenty of water in this world, right? Why do we need to worry about water? Look at all this great water here. It's probably like half fuel too. It'll be great for you. All the things that growing Gunhead needs. Fuel and water.
Confirmed.
Okay, I am taking damage from the water. It's a certain threshold where the water hurts you. Understood. I guess they look a little bit different. Like they're definitely base year open, but like they have slightly different colors. I wonder if this is considered the Titan here, this giant complex here. A little bit of pop in here and there. It could be my shaders too. Like it might be still like loading the shaders to this map, so we'll play a few times and see how it feels. I feel like this is the Titan here. All right, water hurts. I am curious too if this is the night shift map or is this just something else. Oh, hello, that's fucking cool. You know what we need in our smokestack? A giant skull. That's a vibe. Let's go ahead and use Gunhead's ability too. We haven't actually utilized it yet. Oh, so when you... That's funny. Hold on, let me get it out of cover, or into cover. So, I'm just holding down Q right now. What just hit me? I think I just got sniped. That was a lot of damage in a sudden burst. Okay, I do have a critique. If I can't heal, will give me an option to get rid of the static effect. I guess it makes sense with Gunhead, but wait, this door requires equip it and begin. So yeah, so 4. Okay, so we have a drill now. Drill, baby, drill. No sound effects yet for it, but I wonder if it will attract attention in the future. There we go. Yeah, no side effects just yet. That's cool though, locked rooms. Let me get back to you on that, Jakez, because right now I'm still probably loading the shaders a bit, and this is the new map too. We'll go to like Mesa next and see how it feels. That'll be a better comparison for us. It's hard to give you a basis of comparison when it's a new map that could have its own issues. Yeah, like definitely some issues on the map. This could just be shaders being loaded in too. So we'll give it a Do I hear a mech? Oh, I hear an exo. That could be a thing too. It's not under consumable at all, so I kind of doubt it for now, but like that could be a thing where I see if like they mention that, oh yeah, Gunhead is just 2 weak right now. They can do that. Though keep in mind too, Gunhead starts at 2.25k HP at Prestige 1, and there's 50 Prestige levels now. All right, do you have a pilot yet? We are running on high, yeah, correct. High and 1440p. DLSS is off right now. Yeah, the upgrade Prestige. So far, Kun, we're still experimenting a bit. He seems interesting so far. I think Gunhead makes a lot of noise, by the way, when he walks around. It seemed Gunhead tracks a lot of attention now. Guys, we can talk about this. No, no. We can talk about this, guys. Guys, we can talk it out. It seems that, at least what I'm feeling so far, it's still anecdotal. It feels like Gunhead's base walking sound or base walk makes noise. So he might be like, that might be the caveat, right? Is you have a lot of health, you can't heal, but you're also loud. Interesting. That or they just amended the combat a bit to be a bit different. Okay, so there's 2 things I want to check quickly though. Let's go over to Shaman. I want to test something out real quick on Shaman. The first things I want to see is that if the... I do have imported SIGs. Why are you being so complaining earlier? So his Q is his gun on his Gunhead, right? And when you can kind of have... You have a heads-up display that moves over to different targets, and when you hold down your equipment key, which is Q, it will just unload the gun on them. But it is wildly inaccurate outside a certain range. Okay. So what was a really bad gun in regards to alignment? Technically the LMGs were pretty bad. Hold on, let's try that actually. Let's go over to Masked Man actually. So characters. So I want to see if they fixed alignment on guns. That's definitely a big thing. I'll bring the VKS too. Just for you. I doubt they changed anything. The VKS was kind of cursed though, I will say. But one thing I want to definitely test, we can test the suppressor too, actually, eventually. Suppressor for the 50 cal would be huge. That actually started working. Yeah, we're gonna go over to LMGs because the MG34 was like one of those weird guns that had like a horrible sight picture. Don't worry, Miguel, we'll play Gunhead in a second. We just played him. We just want to see, because you can't, so one big thing about Gunhead is you cannot actually ADS with Gunhead. So Gunhead right now currently can't ADS, so he doesn't use sights at all. So I'm very curious if, like, one of the big complaints I would say about the game is the sights for a lot of the guns are just awful right now, or were. So I'm curious if they fix them at all. Because that would be like a big thing too, where like once they fix those, there's definitely an aspect of like, yeah, the game's a lot more polished now. Doesn't feel so weird to play it sometimes. And we're also going to get a base of comparison on Mesa real quick too. Let me go back to display, back to DLSS performance, regions, Mesa. Mesa will be a good benchmark for us to see if there's improved FPS. Because I know basically my FPS on Mesa pretty well. Maybe Con. BDMX Newborn. Gunhead, there is a little bit of a lore snippet now on the main channel on YouTube, so. But the two big things we're looking here is really just anything that is blatantly new that we can tell on this map, and performance. Shaders might have to load in for a second or two, we'll see. Yeah, shaders are still loading in, so this is not indicative of performance yet. Give it some time.
I hate the surface.
Okay, I'm sitting at 90, about 93. That's a good performance improve for me. And it looks a bit different too. Oh no. I don't think it's improved. Oh no. I have a 3080. It seems about par for me. Like, the main thing I will say too is I'm more CPU bound than GPU. Is my... Oh, it should be, hopefully, if it's not porting Twitch over, it does that sometimes. It's so annoying. I will say the visual fidelity looks a bit better on this map, I will say. This is just anecdotal, but like, it actually looks a bit sharper. And the dust effect looks different. So like, I'm gonna say I'm getting about the same performance that I was getting before, but the visual fidelity actually does look quite a bit better right now. This is just anecdotal, but just like, it seems better to me so far. Let's get into combat real quickly, because I'm pretty sure this is still cursed. Yeah. So, weapons are still misaligned. It is what it is. Very, very unfortunate. PTS? I'm not sure. Can you elaborate on PTS is? Yeah, it's a very common cyborg spot. It definitely looks like they did some, like, VFX work on this map a little bit, perhaps. Oh no, this is live. They pushed up the patch today. Just like 30 minutes or hour, like 30 minutes, 45 minutes ago. Yeah, the CPU, like, the game is deceptively CPU heavy. Like, I have a 5000X, and like, that's always my main constraint. Like, I don't get a massive performance uplift from GLSS. It does give me some, though. I don't think it's from that movie, but we'll see. Yeah, I can tell you right now, like, the performance may be better for people who are less CPU bound, but definitely I will say the visual fidelity on this, at least on this map, looks a lot better. And I can't explain why it's better, it just feels better. And it looks better too. And I doubt they change anything here, but we're gonna go inside real quick and see. Just a quick test. Also, yeah, so I didn't expect a balance patch or like a weapons patch this patch, but yeah, it seems to be still apparently quite cursed. Oh, that's unfortunate, Papa, yeah. It's a huge patch too, so... Oh, Merkava of the stairs. I'm glad you're still here with us. Never change. Hello, cyborgs. Muzzle flare is still egregious. Seems about the same so far in regards to weapons, by the way. The weapons still be how they are. That's interesting. It could be the shaders, yeah. One thing I'll recommend too, if you want to go into your NVIDIA settings, you can increase the size of your shader caches. So, like, if you play a lot of different games and they all use shaders and caches for shaders, you are only allocated a certain amount of space for those shaders by default. Am I stuck in here? Okay. And so what will typically, I think I'm actually literally stuck in here. All right, no big deal. You're only allocating, like, it's usually like 10 gigs right off the rip for shaders. So if you play a lot of different like Unreal games or games that use shaders, they will overwrite those shaders and you get to redo those shaders whenever you log into the game again. All right, so the big thing too is apparently there's a new animation for petting the dog, and we can't do it as Gunhead. So now we can go pet the dog. Who's a good boy? There we go. Is that the only one? Is there more? Yeah, there's only one. I'll take it though. It's adorable. Who's a good robotic pet? I guess it's probably cybernetic. You don't forget the Reptar toy. All right. Any more crafting, by the way, while we're here? No, still just these. All right, let's go talk to... Let's do our prey. All right, no answer. And let's go talk to our new quest giver over here. I have imported SIGs too, so I'm curious if I just need to pick him up and raid. Okay, take my SIGs. Thank you. Seasonal harvest sweeps that occur when a sector's population reaches a certain maturity. Dozens of these fabled three-legger walkers. So they had like automated, they're basically bio farms. Okay, interesting. So they're basically like in a living city farm that they were harvested after a certain age. Eurasia, it might be Eurasia actually then. Though they intermingle, right, because they're right next to each other. Okay, so they basically they burn the crop. Oh, that's grim. Maybe Jaquise. In the future. We'll probably do like one like tomorrow or Saturday for sure. But for right now, just exploration and messing around a bit. Alright. Now he wants premium cigarettes. You fiend! You're gonna get lung cancer. Do I have premium cigs? I might. I might have sold them to make recompense with a few other guys. Premium cigarettes. I do have premium cigs. Okay. Man, he's paying top dollar for cigarettes. Gobian Steppes. I'm guessing that's in Mongolia, but I'd learn more. Ancient Academy, Desert. Okay, so they were basically trained by robots. Okay. Okay, so wow. All right, 57 down to 7. So a lot of issues. Oh, hey, fun dog. So it looks like they get their memory wipes quite a bit. Definitely Eurasia adjacent too, right? So that could be just a theme in Eurasia is constant mind wipes. Could help explain cyborgs. I have great news. I'm pretty sure I have basic SIGs. I have so many SIGs. The perks of stocking up and never using them because they kill you. I do have just enough basic SIGs actually. Keep in mind too, since we're doing this back to back, we've literally given him like 50 packs of cigarettes right now. This poor guy. Biostructures. Okay, so the biocities are actually grown. Okay, they're not built, they're grown. I think this is Eurasia so far. Like, I know it's Mongolia, so it could either be Euraska or Eurasia, but like, it seems that it might be both, right? That's gonna be the whole thing too. It's in this like kind of gray area between tech and bio, and the biostructures give me a feel of Eurasia too, or Euraska too. The revolvers. Okay, so they're explaining the revolvers on Orgamex. Okay. That was always a weird thing too, because like if you look at their revolvers on Orgamex, they're way too small for them to actually use. But that actually makes sense because the revolver models on the Orgamex are I think what's it called? The Colt Army versions? What's it called? The single shot Colt Army? What's it called? Yeah. It's like the traditional like Western revolver. All right. So they got basically a suicide mission. They appealed and were denied. Understood. Off-the-record containment operation on a bioweapon forge. That was under lockdown. Alright, he wants more cigarettes. Yeah, don't worry, I have those. Just don't ask for basics again. Okay, so like kind of like a horror-esque kind of vibe right now. So Bioforge, troops got inside, splattered everywhere. Okay, interesting. So internal troops mean like high escalation. So I guess they do automated they do automated responses first, then troop deployments, and then they call in these guys as like a last resort. So effectively, they feel like Space Marines in some capacity. Big, fast, and bounding down the corridor. A skinless face leering at me, and I was grabbed by massive hands. That was the last time I saw things the same way. So I'm guessing maybe they scavenged his sensors, his eyeballs, his robo eyes, and gave him like a more basic pair. Am I what I'm understanding? Yeah, you want more spokes? Just what do you want? I have premium segs. And he is paying me bank for these too. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, it's AB positive blood. It's probably useless. Okay, so it looks like these might be suits for as like a high honor in regards to you were a good soldier of Uruska, you died or were lethally wounded, and now here's a suit to keep you in eternal service, like kind of like Dreadnought vibes. What do you want from me? No! No, it's the only thing I don't have. Alright. So let's go over to Gunhead. I don't have basic SIGs. I only have the fancy stuff now. Alright, Mr. Man. Alright, back over to Gunhead. Now I gotta play I was playing the game, I was just reading as opposed to playing. Alright, Mr. Gunhead. Let's go back to Mr. Swamp. Are there any more quests on this map? I'm curious. I haven't seen any yet. I'm sure the helmet comes... He just ingests... Hey. I'm sure you've heard of, like, chewing tobacco, right? Dip? He could just be, you know, chewing the tobacco. Maybe he has, like, an internal combustion device inside of his mask? I'm curious if there's any more quests for Cemetery. Or is it that early work in progress? Could be. Okay. Alright, so... It's not food. So the patch notes are on Discord. So we'll just go over them real quickly. So there's water bots now for delivering water. So that's a big new aspect of the patch. If we go over to the upgrades here, it seems that the main water mechanic now is that you can automate your water delivery through water delivery bots. So every 2 days we get 1 water on the basic component one, but as we get to this one, we get 1 to 4 days of water every 2 days. It probably means that we're neutral in regards to water, right? As in we don't lose water if we don't play. The downside is, though, as you can see here, right, is we have chances of water thieves locating our innards as we get these bots. So you can automate your water supply, but then you have to deal with base defense. And we'll see how that pans out, because we haven't seen one yet. We do get a base defense reward eventually. There's also apparently a vault I haven't actually seen yet, or looked for yet, that apparently is invasion proof. Let's see if we can find it around here. If not, we can look later. So the concept behind the vault is that I'm guessing if you lose your water invasion, or basically if you get reset, you can store a certain amount of supplies in that vault to last you through. I don't know where the vault is. We'll explore that later. New character Gunhead, which we're going to be playing next. New map, Frozen Swamp. Additional quests. In-game VoIP. That's a big one. So now there's in-game VoIP. Prestige increase. That's a big one too. We'll pet the dog again. So now the max prestige is 50, which means every character can get 1,000 more HP, which is pretty big. That's a big buffer. It could be the reasons why too. For example, the dog still one-shots you at 2k. And then bug fixes, additional stuff here and there. We did notice too. Let's go to the new map now. So we're gonna run Gunhead again. I am gonna go ahead and go down to an SMG, I think. We'll go to the Spectre. I think I have plenty of 45 ACP. It seems that we were drawing a lot of aggro on Gunhead, so I'm curious of the mechanics behind that. That might be the goal eventually, Merke, but like, you start with smaller systems and you build up from there. I do agree water should eventually be a currency, and that's probably why we see water, for example, in here. I can definitely see the case that we'll eventually have water as a currency. It's just you build up from a base system, right? Especially when you don't have like a full system fledged out yet. All right, so there's no reason for us to bring medical supplies, right? Because we can't heal. We can bring a few of these, I guess, to see how they pan out. Yeah, this is my main account, and I stream this game, so I have a lot of water. When every quest like gives you 1 or 2 water, so when you start doing quests back to back, you get a lot of water very quickly. The water is not scarce. All right, we have ammo. We're gonna bring a secondary weapon at all. We're just gonna go into the map. Frozen Swamp. Let's start at the Titan wreck too, because I want to see what the Titan wreck is. It seemed like that big building that we were at was the injection well. So let's go see the Titan. This is our second raid with Gunhead. We're gonna see how it feels. So far it seems like he might be a unit you really only want in a squad. I'm very curious if I'm gonna try being stealthy with him and see if it's possible. Okay, we're just cursed. Understood. No DLSS today. So if you ever have that glitch, by the way, the little graphical glitch, just turn off DLSS. That's the issue. It only happens on night shifts and apparently this map, but it is an issue. All right, Titan wreck. Okay, understood. They're calling this a Titan. That's good to know. I was calling it a crawler or a carrier, but it seems that that's a lot of bodies. It seems that maybe their terminology for it is Titan. Okay. Yeah, crawler is like what's it called? Like the Star Wars kind of vibe, like the sand crawlers for that. Reminiscent of that. A lot of vines. Is that a tree? Wait, what the? I mean, I have to see what happens. Okay, they're inactive. Though, I imagine that this is in progress. Imagine if that changes in the future. You wake the hive. That's cool. So that's good to know. So the Titan is the crawlers. All right, so you're seeing, yeah, you can see the heads up right now. Like the icon here, that's beyond effective range. So if I hit Q right now, it will start unloading my head on them. They could be trophies. Though it looks weird when they're perched underground like that. They do look like units that are like attached, right? Like, insects would be against a tree. wonder if they still shoot. Hold on. Okay, they still have. I don't think they're going to have that functionality forever. I think they're going to change a bit, but it's good to know they still just do the regular Europa drone stuff. All right, let's go to the injector. Oh, FPS drops. That looks cool too. I guess that kind of gives me the the feeling too that we're near a giant wall. Is that the city wall, or is that like the wall for a mausoleum, or not mausoleum? What's it called? Yeah, no, actually mausoleum. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a very like definitely robotic animation to him, right? It's not smooth. Wait, there's more crawlers here. Or I guess Titans now. That's gonna be hard. Yeah, there is the delays though on units, right? They're investigating a bit. Though that might change. Okay, we can go inside a Titan. I'm happy. That's all I ever want. Oh, I didn't bring a flashlight. I probably, yeah, definitely need to give this map a few playthroughs, I think, for all the shaders to get organized. Hold on. Is he swimming? Oh, we need to see his stealth kill animation too. I did bring a flashlight. Anything new in here? We actually have lights in here, which is thank God. That's very, very Finch. So nothing. This is like the stock Titan so far. Nothing's been drastically changed about it. Same components. This is actually the same one. This the one on Mesa has the same hole there. I do hope we get updated crawler Titan models in the future. I want to explore more of the insides of them, even if it's claustrophobic. What does roof access entail? All right, there's the massive injector. I wonder how high we can go on that. Oh, freebie. Imagine if there was like organic, like, or not organic, mechanical vines too. Oh, that'd be terrifying. Let me up. Freebie. There we go. Alright, so this is where we died last time. This is probably a hot spot, right? We had water thieves at the little camp on the other side of this, but seems to be Europa so far. Let us see if we can sneak up. Step one's probably not sprinting. Let's get a little closer first. I should have probably brought jump, to be honest. Yeah, I do like that aspect too, right, Noah, in regards to like very dark areas that require flashlights, or you're kind of like lost in the dark. All right, let's slow down a bit. This is where we died last time, so let's try not to draw too much attention. Snipers. Interesting. They aggroed like immediately. Did they see me through the floor, or? I wonder if I just make noise. Yeah, I wonder if it's just like you cannot sneak as Gunhead. It's not his role, right? Like he is not a stealth unit. He is Gunhead. He gunheads. Cause I've been drawing a lot of aggression so far, which I feel like I need to play other characters for a bit to get a better sense of it's just aggro models changed. Yeah, McClanky, yeah. How high? How high does this go? No, zombie, it makes sense. Like, yeah, it tracks. It's like he's a noisy boy. Oh, there's Ruska up here too. See, it's like the amount of verticality I want on mech trenches. Oh god, there's a grenade launcher.
Adjusting aim accordingly.
Yeah, please kill them for me, please. I'm slowly getting whittled down. I want to go in there. They're not noticing me crouching around at least. All right, if I was a button, I'd definitely be here, right? No button? Aw. Cool looking map at least though. I got all these vines everywhere. I guess it kind of makes sense that like all of the stuff we see on the region map is actually just these pipes. These twisting knots of pipes. It kind of gives me a sense too, almost, that like they're fracking for water. Because this is an injector, right? Which I'm pretty sure is used for fracking. So like, they could be fracking for other things too, but maybe they're fracking for water. And they raise it up to the surface and then they pump it out. You could just call it a well, but considering it's an injector, it feels like fracking. Is this a helipad? Oh yeah, we're going with BSG now. That would be really cool, I'm not gonna lie. Well, first off, let's see the nice thing. It could be fracking for fuel too, I will say, considering the refineries right here. It could also just be for fuel. Also, I mean, obligatory. Oh yeah, there's like, we have just massive pipes leading everywhere from here. I consider it's going to a smokestack. It might just be fuel. Is that a... What is that? Is that a head? We're going over there next. It looks like a head to me. Henslet, I would comment, but it's really hard for me to comment on that. I've played the game so much, like, it's kind of just, I'm so used to it by now, I can't really give a fair comparison. There's a hole in this. There's definitely, okay. There's a few things here, by the way, that have definitely, like, I can see things they have planned in the future. Not that they've told me, but like, between this being here and the helipad being here, and them talking about dynamic spawns, like reinforcements coming in naturally, I can see some planning taking place on a few of these different areas that makes me get that vibe, right? Of like, you know, a helicopter or like an airdrop here, and then the hole in the pipe could have crawlers coming out and stuff like that for organic spawning. Yeah, that's a giant head. All right, here's... Maybe not now, but I do want to see if there's the possibility of killing yourself by accident or by He will not stop me, handrails. I mean, surely it won't kill me. I'm probably on like 1 HP. Oh, I'm fine. Don't look at it. No, don't look at it. Okay, they might have not been planning for me to come up here. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, we need to bring a jump. I need to bring a jump. We need a jump. See, this is kind of like what I was hoping for on mech trenches, by the way. That's probably just a, yeah, no, it's probably just a holdover. The faceplant, yeah. It's probably just a holdover though, yeah. But we need a jump. Like, this is the amount of verticality I was hoping mech trench might have, considering like how vertically mech trench looks. But okay. So a few things are gonna happen now. So his main ability right now, let's actually go. Did we actually unlock anything with him yet? 8,000 experience. Okay, that's fair. So his main ability right now is he can unlock different. The first thing is he's like Masked Man on steroids. He has access to like every gun in the game, which makes sense. But he has a gun on his head that you can utilize as equipment. And you start out with an APC-9 Pro, and you get better and better variants as you level up. And now there's a lot more prestige levels too. There's 50 now, which means you can get up to 2k more HP. So that's a pretty big deal. All right. Apparently they fixed the sound effects for some silence guns. Let's bring an SVD in. And let's also go ahead and fetch a jump. And do we bring in the cursed pistol? I don't think so. The spaz looks a little different, actually. Do I see if the M203 has a grenade launcher yet? Why not? Yeah, I do hope they eventually retrofit the prestige system eventually, but it's fine for now. It's serviceable. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it works. All right, 54R. All right, so we can spawn at the well too. I'm curious what that entails. Maybe the pipe is the spawn for wells. Let's actually go ahead and see. Yeah, I think it's zombie. It's mainly just a chase thing. So no, his main thing is he's a combat unit that can't heal. So, and he doesn't have that much health starting out with. So like, you're a unit that's good at combat, but you also you don't have any, like, a lot of endurance at all, right? You can't take a lot of fights, but you're really good in those few fights that you take. Now, the aggro seemed a bit weird so far. I'm not sure if he's just inherently not stealthy, or it's just that the aggro on this map is weird. Okay, that's what this is. This is the spawn point. So this is a spawn point for us. So when you spawn at pipes, or spawn at the well here, you come from here. So we can go back exactly to where we died at. Now, unfortunately, parkour is probably not his strong suit. Oh, I just remember too, you can't ADS with him, right? So this is how we use an SVD now. I can't zoom in. All right, let's not kill ourselves this time. Well, I do have full HP. Don't criticize him. He wasn't built for this role. He was supposed to be a build bot. A builder bot. Alright. So this is gonna hurt.
Contacts. Adjusting aim accordingly.
Naturally, you can do this easily with other characters.
Taking fire.
Okay, this is fine. This pipe works. Yeah, there's the shantytown we originally spawned at forever ago. He's got a little wedgie, yeah. We should probably use a smaller rig too. I want to see more of his back, but yeah, the big rig is taking up a lot of space right now. Oh, I need to change over to this. There we go. Up we go. Then an exo? Looks like an exo. There's a lot of mechs down here, actually. What is that giant skull? I'm guessing the best way for me to get down is getting down on this. Oh. Yeah, I don't think we were supposed to be here, by the way. I'm getting this strange sense that we're not supposed to be here. I can't say why. No, it's not real! Oh, I'm still alive. How are we looking? Oh, we're fine. No biggie. It's called work in progress, aka things you can do with pneumatic jumps. Dude, just wait until we actually get like rapid deployments. I mean, no, there's a beauty in jank though too. And the map is in progress. Keep that in mind. This map is not finished yet. We're basically beta testers for it. Wait, what are you? Are you a water thief? Oh yeah, he's running away from the poor thralls. They're in the trees. Oh yeah, we need to go find the green Euruskin, the green Orgamech. Is the nose for show? Sir? Oh, that does sound cool. They did update the one of the patch notes was like an update for the SFX on silenced SVDs. That does, it's a shame because so many of the guns are going to take a while to update, I imagine, because there's so many guns right now that have silencers and unsilenced variants and so on and so forth. But that does got the good bass to it, like the good sound effect to it. It's crisp. It sounds like a silenced, powerful round, which is what it is. All right, there's the extraction. I think that's where we spawned out last time, right? To go to the water area. Can we get on his head? Is there even out of bounds on this map yet? I haven't heard a mine symbol yet. Oh, there it is. Yep, there's the you do not pass go. All right, we have your agents. We have all 3 factions on this map. Or actually all 4 factions, I guess.
Under fire from multiple vectors. Seek cover immediately.
Are they seeing me or hearing me? I guess the big thing too is they couldn't path to me. Yeah, he spoke out loud. He is glitchy. That would be... The SVD is still bugged, by the way. Look at the clip on the ground. We can see the magazine right there on the bottom right. It would be interesting, though, if, like, because of his glitchy nature, he will just randomly do things like that. And accidentally break your stealth. Oh, no. Sorry, it's a glitch. I can't control it. the gunhead with Tourette's. they make it where yeah, 4 extracts. They make it where gunhead each, like, so you, when you die as a character, right, you come back as a different character with a slightly different aesthetic. What if they make gunhead every time he dies he comes back with a different glitch? So the first glitch is like Tourette's, the second glitch is something else entirely. Things that change the gameplay ever so slightly. It'd probably be way too obnoxious, but it would be funny. Sir, this is not where stairs go. Yeah, very weird. Like, maybe there's just not... So... It feels quite weird how they're aggroing at me through walls. Ow, where did you come from? Oh, you hurt. I don't feel like I'm long for this world, guys. Well, let me just go ahead and we don't need to, we can just hide the bad things. They do look different now, a little bit. Well, not these ones. We saw some ones with some different armor on them. We should probably just go back and leave, actually, where we were at. Oh, he's got a pepper. That's a pepper. All right, let's leave. Let's try to survive once. Nope, dead. Where did I get shot from? All right, there's one more area we haven't explored yet. No, we cannot heal his Gunhead. Now, we did do, like, what, 1.5k to ourselves? There was a single bullet that we got shot by. We were at 50 health, so it was bound to happen. Just a little quiet nap. All right. No more committing suicide via jumps. Gunhead needs to live. All right. Let us go. I actually weirdly like the SVD. It's kind of got that, like, stealth vibe to it, I feel like. We're not trying, I don't think we're not trying to fight too much, to be honest, considering our not a lot of health. So maybe that's the game plan, is just take a gun like this to be, like, effective but quiet, and not try to do too much fighting. I should have plenty of 54R too, actually, which is great. But I'm definitely feeling like early Gunhead is definitely not... I need to buy more ammo. Definitely not a person you want to probably go crazy with. And 54R. Am I blind? I am. Yeah, unfortunately, he might be more of a squad thing. He can bring any weapon in, which is pretty insane, right? That's the biggest thing, is like he can use painless, which is a big item, right? He has a lot of firepower, but just not a lot of endurance. Also, I cannot pet the dog as Gunhead. 0 to 5 game. Player style mood is one aspect, but definitely, like, he can use painless. So, like, in a squad, he's like... Alright, I can't speak for it. It feels fine for me, but it's always felt fine for me. Unfortunately, I can't give a good basis on that. They did say they made optimizations in the patch notes, but I can't speak for it. Like, I'm CPU bound, not GPU bound, so it's a weird thing for me. Alright. Frozen Swamp, we're gonna do railroad tracks too. But like, yeah, like the best way to probably view Gunhead right now is more as fire support than a tank. So he's not supposed to be in this kind of like frontline role. He's the guy you pull out after combat started and he just lays into everything. So he's definitely like, when you're running in a squad, he's not the guy, he's not the point guy.
It is as you humans
So he's probably just not a solo character. You can play him solo, but it definitely is giving me the vibe that he's not a solo character, which is perfectly fine, right? What does that say? Is that your like Scutum Moctis? Yeah, Frozen Swamp is still unoptimized. It's work in progress. There's a ton of pop-in still. Or currently. Also, it's called a... Oh, there's trains. That's going to be cool eventually. I would love to see... like, that'd be a really cool thing on maps to have for a dynamic event. Is like a train or like a railroad passing through it. And like an armored train with guns on it passing through. That'd be really cool. It's SCU, it's SCU, TUM. It looks like MOK TIS, I think. Scutum Moctis. Is this out of bounds? It looks out of bounds. Yeah, it's out of bounds. I can't get up there. If I had maybe a jump, I could get up there, but I did not bring one this time. It's probably out of bounds, though. We can try getting up there, though. When is the game gonna yell at me? That might be a way up? Nope, that's out of bounds. The game is yelling at me. Yeah, you could probably do it with a jump, but we can try later. Also, this is a new vehicle. We haven't seen this one yet. The wreck of an APC. It looks like it's too. It's amphibious, considering all of the just random shit on the side of it too. Or that it's just like they try to make it amphibious. Looks sheer open also. Yeah. Honestly, the SVD is probably not like the best gun in the game, considering it's only got 10 rounds, but man, does it sound cool now. Kubo wagon? Hey, what is going on with those? Hold on. Is this a biostructure? It seems kind of weird how like the vines are actually growing up to support the thing. But these right here, right? Wait a second. Are those drone nests? Ow, 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 ow. Why me? There's so many Eurasian drones around. Why me? I'm dead already. Holy shit. He's not seen by the slowest unit by far. Man. Drones are scary as Gunhead. Combat's just scary as Gunhead. It wasn't even playing without a HUD. We can't heal, remember that? And like, there is like no cover versus drones. They are just gonna tear you apart. That's always been the case, but you can out-heal them usually. But yeah, no drones or no healing on Gunhead plus drones is no bueno. Yeah, we'll go back to playing as HUD. It's just that you miss a lot of like the cool factor with playing with the HUD. Let's go over to the RSAS, because I know it's not great, but it is fun. Like we would have still died with a HUD there, but it would give us a bit more indication of like how fucked we are. At least I will say, re-kitting his Gunhead's quite easy, actually. Let's bring a jump to see if we can visit the trains. All right, ready room. No, not being able to heal. We tried to use the cover of the place, right, too. It just didn't work out very well. And keep in mind, too, the Eurasian drones definitely appear to not... They shouldn't use or have guns. There's no modeled gun on the Eurasian drones. You change his gun through his experience tree, his character tree, basically. So we start with an APC-9 Pro, and then we go up to a, I think AK, then RPK, and then AA-12.
Perhaps today is the day.
All right, so we go over to a jump now. Yeah, that might change. It might be a bit, like, that was a concern too when they mentioned that, is that it might be a bit too draconian. It'd be cool if, like, his stick was he couldn't actually heal during combat. I can get up there, I swear. You can't stop me. I brought pneumatic jumps. And it, like, I am just taking bad fights here and there, so it's hard to say if it is true draconian so far. But we'll see. That might not be. I really can't take much more damage. It feels like you should be able to get up there. It just might be a bit janky. Like, definitely not that. That seems a bit too... Actually, hold on. We start from here. We're so close. Nope. All right, well... All right, let's go investigate these again. Considering the prevalence of drones spawning too on this map, let's go take a quicker look at these. I feel like it might actually be like a drone nest, which is terrifying. No, they're definitely spawning by that, by the way. That seems intentional. Oh, good call. Pixel, you beautiful person. I love you. I totally forgot about the crouch jump. I totally forgot about the secret mechanic. Please, come on. I'm just having a good time over here. They're shooting at me, too, without being aggroed. Huh. I wonder if they changed the AI bit to just shoot things in front of them. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby. So if you didn't know, as long as you're not sprinting, you can hit crouch midair and get a little bit of extra height. So far, it just looks like conventional trains. Though, this is probably the back, not the front. Yeah, and also very gigantic trains.
Branching contacts. Adjusting aim accordingly.
Alright, these are massive trains. Are you real? You are real. Giant ladders too. Come on, let me out. No. Ow.
Contact. Scanning.
Yeah, glitchy might be an understatement, to be honest. Also just like massive train tracks too, yeah. Can I get under you? I should be able to. There we go. Yeah, those are assuredly drone nests, by the way. Like, no shot. Like, they're very clearly spawning next to those. So, for those unaware, the Eurasian drones don't have their full functionality yet. They're supposed to abduct people, not shoot them. They don't actually have visible weapons on their body. Oh no, I just thought of gross things. Oh god, I'm sorry in advance. So they do have a stinger, I'm very curious, and the sack they have looks pretty ominous. I wonder if they abduct people and inject them with something like a spider would, and then have them on the nest. And like, I'm just praying that they're not eggs. Mother, where does baby drones come from? You don't want to know. Okay, so we do eventually get to the crash train over here. Is this out of bounds yet? Yeah, like chest bursters, alien vibes, or just other grotesque vibes. Like, it could be too, for example, it could be not eggs or larva drones. It could also be something they inject into you to like basically like a spider would turn your insides into soup, but instead of turning your insides into soup, they turn your insides into biofuel. Yeah, like what Nerd just said, right? It's like they inject you with a chemical to start turning your insides into biofuel. Sedative could be the case too. Yeah, it could be a lot. Sedative also works. If they need the people to be like less, you know, get out of nesty. It'd be funny too, right? If the Eurasian drones like abducted one of your teammates, brought them to a nest, and then you had to like rescue them. How you're getting up there, I don't know. I will say too, one thing about the map so far I really do enjoy. This definitely seems like one of the maps so far that they've definitely gone into the map design knowing that like size constraints and the pacing. For example, like it's very, even if you just run from point A to point B, there's a lot of stuff you get along the way, right? It's not like Mech Trench, for example, where you run in, grab a bunch of stuff, and then you can immediately leave. There is like some degree of effort to get out of the map, unlike a map like Mech Trench. And it could just be the fact that we can't heal for Gunhead, which makes it a bit more tense, but like the high risk, high loot area of the Central Spire does seem really cool to me. Yeah, this map is like, this definitely feels like a map where like, unlike for example Mausoleum and Trenches and Nexus that they had to break apart for performance reasons, like this map actually like feels like the first one they designed not having to worry about that. So far, yeah, density plus verticality for sure, and also the high risk, high reward, right? The Central Spire area. And for example, too, the Water Thief area, I know we can't heal, like that could be a factor of it too, but the water area with all of the water scavs actually feels pretty dangerous, with the upside having a ton of water there. Yeah. And there is definitely like, it's definitely still work in progress. Like, you know, you have stuff like this and you have performance issues, a lot of pop-in so far. But other than that, wait, are you new? I'm more blue on this than they usually add, right? I don't remember them being this blue before. Is that... hold on here. That seems too small to be a mech. No, it's the right size. It's just like a very small portion of it. Okay. No, it might be scaled down a bit. No, this is definitely a scaled down model. This is like a mini mech. That's definitely not the regular size. Yeah, that is much bigger than this, I feel like. Unless they made them smaller. Why can't I tag you? There we go. No, it's like that's occasionally seen on a few maps, right? Where they'll take the model and then scale it down or up. Like, for example, in Mausoleum, there's a giant exo. I have not tried farming yet, Ludroth. Mainly just exploring his Gunhead so far, exploring the new map. Though I want to go over to Mech Trench next. I did hear they did some stuff with Mech Trench. Or they said they did in the patch notes. You know what this is giving me the vibes of? It's giving me the vibes of the Steam Deck game, Cave Johnson. It's giving me very Cave Johnson vibes. Also, it's severed here. Is that actual bone inside or just stone? It looks kind of... got vines, I guess. It is a giant head, yes. Scorn? Scorn's a good one too, yeah. Could be very much like Scorn. Alright, let us leave. Let's actually survive for our first time as Gunhead.
Return to normal activities. Unit 7 and 6.
We finished our mission. We survived the frozen swamps. I did bet the dog, yeah. Unfortunately, you can't do it as Gunhead, but you can bet the dog. Did that unlock any more quests for us or no? Probably not. Let's go. It's definitely time to. We haven't done our patch check yet. We didn't do our patch check for connecting the dots. And I guess we'll do it as Gunhead too and see how he plays. Now... we're going to Scrapyard. And unfortunately, Scrapyard is, I mean, might as well use Painless, right? We're gonna be in and out, I feel like, unless it's not. We'll see how it runs. 600 rounds is probably enough. Scrapyard. So, I have met Lordos. Yeah, we talked to him a lot earlier. We got through a lot of his chat logs. We're currently. I do need to go farm cigarettes because I do want to talk to Ludros a bit more. But we're currently short, I think, 10 basic cigs, which is weird. I guess I probably sold them eventually to Aramaki at one time. Paintless. We can actually use our head turret right now, too. It does. I like how it stops shooting immediately too. Like, you don't ever have overkill with this, right? The second you lose a target, it just stops shooting. No, you can see in the bottom left, we have a finite number. We started with 200 with him, so we'll have to see what we get down to eventually, or get up to with other guns. I am curious if this is 9mm right for the APC-9 Pro. I wonder if we can I wonder if he can reload. Essentially, I do think if it turns out that Gunhead's ability to not heal is too draconian and a bit too overbearing, It would be cool if there was like ways to restock or heal in map, but it'd be much more. It's not something you can do during combat. That could be the trade-off, right? It's something you need to like sit down and do. It could be like, you know, a long animation, almost like a surgery kit for Tarkov. So as opposed to like instantly healing off a med kit, you actually have to like bring out tools and repair. So with prestige now at 50, it should mean you get him up to 4.25k. That's new. Wait, no, I might have just been, no, holy shit. You guys see that? He's sparking, I think. Sir? That's cool. So the machines, like, the cyborgs, like, when they get winded, they spark now a bit. Yeah. So this is, like, one upside, too. This is the second character that can actually use Painless. And Painless is Bay. Yeah, like, I'm not sure if it was design or not, but, like, the cyborg was standing there and damaged, right, and it was sparking. And it wasn't moving, but eventually it started moving again. Alright, so we're not trying to fight here too much. Mainly because we will die if we will, or try to. Whereas getting in, getting the control panel, and getting out, and then going to Scorched Enclave. Dreadbull, it's the new map is pretty good. Yeah, I will say the new map does feel pretty good. There's a bit of performance and like pop in here and there, but like overall the aesthetic is great. And like the pacing of the new map is quite good too, I feel like. They did say nerd too, like SFX, and also enemy sync animations too. So we might see instances too where, very interesting, where units will now actually do animations versus each other. I'm very stealthy. Should probably loot too, considering I want to get some cigarettes for our friend. Hey, Cosman. All right, so this is the lever over here. Yeah, a screen indicates a package will be dropped off and scorched on. Hey! Very rude. All right, we need to leave. Stairs? I have not yet. We can probably do it on... We can definitely force it on Mesa. Alright, I need to leave. Run away. I'm very brave. Yeah, it's like, it's the one upside, I guess, of having Painless is like, or not having HP is we could use Painless. So, Solar, I can't unfortunately give a massive feedback on that. I am more CPU bound than GPU bound. So if their optimizations were more for the GPU, I can't speak on it too much. I'm seeing like slight performance increases, I feel like, but... And I will say too, one thing I noticed on Mesa, the visual clarity was better on my normal high settings, and the performance wasn't impacted at all. So I'm going to say slight increases, but I can't give a good comment on it right now. All right, so we need to go over to Scorched Enclave now. We can prestige again too. So if nothing has changed, it should still just be 50 HP. All right, was it? No, it's 40 HP actually. No, the craft is still the only 2 recipes so far. The 2 for crowd rounds for 545. All right, let us go over to Scorched Enclave. I'm going to go ahead and bring you in, actually. I'm very curious if they fix the suppressor on the Scar. No, Cosbin, no. It's like the first thing we checked, actually. At least the MG34 is still just utterly just, oh, like, ugh. So no, it doesn't feel like the ADS alignment's fixed for a lot of the guns. All right, 50 cal. That's fine for now. We don't need much here. We're just going to try to find a box. Let's actually also bring in a camera. And actually, I can actually go back to DLSS now, too. So, if you ever get a weird graphical glitch on Night Shift or the new map, just turn off DLSS. That's what's causing it for right now. But the rest of the map should be fine. All right, we have our gun, we have our ammo, we have our tac cam, and we're good. We need to go find... I haven't seen one yet, Noah, but it might. So we've tried... We don't know, really. We've tried both patches so far to do this quest, but the box doesn't spawn yet. So we're trying to basically find a secret locked box on this map. All right, we have our tac cam. All right, here's a big test. Nope. Still the same. Yeah, there is VoIP now in game, so you can talk to squad mates in game now. Okay, so we are just strictly looking for a locked box. The main theory I have is if it ever spawns, it'll be in the locked room, but let's cover all our bases first by going out to the fields. I imagine it'd be in a weird spot, but... All right, we have drones. Oh god, drones. Don't shoot me. Run. Drones, please, no. Drones, why me? Wait, there's a box there. Leave me alone. I didn't do anything. There is something over there, I think. It might just be the drone corpse, to be honest, though. That might just be the corpse. He is... I'm pretty far away and he's seeing me now. Oh, that's... Okay, they might have done some work on the, I think they've done some work on the sight lines. That's probably what we saw on the new map now. They've definitely... I'm not sure how far it is now, but it is giving me the vibe that there's a lot more... Wait, is this a drone? Yeah, it's a drone. That there's a lot more sight lines for them now. They can see much farther away. EVK, I did not know that. We need to go explore that eventually, then. This will probably be our last one with Gunhead for a while. Yeah, the no healing is definitely rough. I thought it would be too draconian, and it kind of is feeling that way. So it could just, like I said, it could be a thing where this character is supposed to be in a squad. It's not supposed to be a frontliner in any capacity. It's supposed to be fire support. Oh yeah, no, it's not in game yet at all. The deployment method for units, they still pop in. That should be, I think they're talking about Q1 patch being that, new units plus like deployments, or at least part of their deployments. There's a container over here, a big one. And there was a small item, but it's probably just explosives. That's usually what spawns over here.
We have the munitions to remove the threat.
So no, they're basically talking about dynamic like reinforcements like that, airdrops, like, you know, like a APC rolling up and dropping off units, like a chopper coming in, stuff like that. Yeah, because like right now, yeah, explosives, we don't need that. Right now, the big thing is like, as you see, the spawn points are just, there's despawn and spawn triggers, and when you're in certain areas, spawn triggers will happen, and when you leave that area, despawn triggers happen, and so it's not very organic right now. But it's functional. But yeah, there's issues of, for example, like where if you cross the threshold in a weird way, you might see a squad spawn literally right in front of you. Dreadbull, we are testing that now, actually. We are testing that now. No, no, why do you see so far away now? I'm so dead. I live? Yeah, open fields. I knew they were talking about too. They were talking about like punishing you for being out in the open and not being in like hidey spots and crevasses. That's one way of doing it, is giving the enemy units a long sight line. And you need ways of breaking up that sight line. Might be a reason why we need to stick to small plate, like, you know, ditches, hidey spots, so on and so forth. I think I'd rather survive than get this, but God, there's so many. We'll do this later. But like, for example, mech trenches, right? Or not mech trenches, but mausoleum. You would just like run on top of the trench lines and be fine, but like units just seeing and engaging you now, if you're in the open like that, does kind of give you pause of just running out in the open. Yeah, those are just backpacks actually of dead units. What are you? Are you a cyborg? The unit looks different. Hold on. This might kill me, but that, yeah. What are you? Oh, just a Euroskin, okay. Euroskin in a weird stance, got it. Human classes? We're going over to the human classes now, after this one. I missed the ability to heal. That's not good. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Yep, they aggroed on me. I'm dead. The biggest thing I'm noticing is that so you saw there, right? The European squad, sorry, the European squad avoided us or ignored us. They got into combat with a European squad, killed that European squad, and immediately switched over aggro to us. So I'm not sure if that's intentional or not, or just a weird quirk of them trying to find a new target in combat. Okay. Let's go over to Scav Girl, and we're gonna do something real quickly too. So when you switch characters, you have to go out of the menu, back to the main menu to actually get the new character. No, but like, if that was the case, hey, at the same time, it felt like they would have shot us. Like, if you think about the way aggro worked before, there was a few weird bugs with the old system of aggro where they would take pot shots at you, and that would happen too. But they would go back to their main target immediately after that. And after they killed the main target, they wouldn't attack you again. All right, dog. What you got? Who's a good boy? All right, praying. Yeah, that tracks. All right, let's go back to Scorched Enclave and see if we can find what we are missing. Yeah, Pixel, it's fair. It's just different now. It's something you have to consider. It just makes what's it called? It makes maps like Scorched Enclave that have like not a lot of areas to hide in very, very dangerous, right? I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't mind a dog recruit eventually, right? The biggest thing I can see with the dog recruit, right, is you kill, so units drop backpacks when they die for their loot. Imagine like killing a unit from far away and like ordering the dog to go fetch the backpack, and it grabs the backpack and brings it back to you. That would be a cool, I would bring that companion like every time. Go fetching that unit's backpack. Oh my god, I can use meds again. Now, unfortunately, I need basic SIGs too. I have one now. We're almost there. It might be time for a mech trench after this. Not mech trench. Well, mech trench and mausoleum. I can't buy meds. There's reasons why I can't buy meds. I'm not gonna get into it. Let's just say I fast forwarded a bit to find a Vepr. I wonder too if this is on any other maps too. We'll bring a drill. And we'll go to Scorched Enclave. We'll go to Cemetery, and we're good. Yeah, so Treadbull, in regards to Gunhead, the biggest thing I'll say is Gunhead absolutely right now feels like fire support for a squad. I do not think he can be a frontline unit considering his current inability to heal, but his ability to bring any gun in for like any situation means as long as you have a few like flesh puppets in front of you to take some bullets for you, you can basically act as like the LMG or the squad support for that squad. Essentially, if you were like in a 4-man squad, you would always be in the middle so that you would never get immediately, you know, shot out of all your companions. All right, let's go to the door over here. Oh, it was a light. They gave us a light. How nice of them. Lockbox, lockbox, water, water. All right, nothing in here that I can see. They gave us a light though. This might be a sign of things to come. Good. I mean, did you see the video? Yeah, I'm curious where this could be. It might just not be implemented yet, to be honest. God, I'm so fast now. But like, yeah, one of my critiques of this map, for example, is not a lot of depth to it. So if they had the ability using trench lines, it's the same, by the way. I want to go damage a cyborg real quick. Yeah, they have these bunkers right now. They're not really like modeled at all, but it would be cool eventually if there's like were units inside or like a bunker complex beneath this. Like adding more indoor areas to maps are definitely a way of like adding some depth to the map without hurting performance all that much. I don't... Did this always have a fire VFX? I don't recall it having a fire VFX before, or sound effect before. Okay. Star Furry. Yeah, I'm pretty much sold that Canadian Knot's probably still not here. That or it's like a very hard thing to find that I'll have to like actually explore to find. Oh. I mean, while we're here... Still no pilot. I am actually a bit curious too. We need to go to Mesa soon. It's shooting at me, I think. Okay, interesting. It definitely feels like they're going more... I think my theory back in the October patch was correct. It definitely feels like the cemetery grabber was a sign of the things to come in regards to AI. So if you didn't notice in the October patch, the grabber on cemetery was like the first AI to have this like very long visual cone. Yeah, listen, I mean, fair. I mean, that's how it should function. You are correct. But that's not how it did function before. You could stand by things a lot in the previous patches and be okay. Alright, next is Mech Trench. Let's go over to Shaman now. And I wouldn't normally do this, but the big thing I want to see here is I want to see the animations for the dog. So I have to get that character in the actual game or in the innards. All right, where are you at, dog? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Maybe. I could definitely see Allison, like, eventually, if they were, like, finished with the game in the future, or moving on, them giving us a bit more mod tools or more flexibility to do stuff like that. I could see that being the case in the future. Considering, like, we're basically on point, like, I think, did I actually say it was point 2? Second patch. Considering we're still pretty early in the development cycle, we'll see how it goes eventually. Alright, let us go ahead and go to Mech Trench. And to do Mech Trench, I need to find my lovely quest here. Where are you at? I guess I can take these two. Where are you at? I know you're here. Come on. There we go. We have to see if they change plug pull at all, right, guys? The good old standard plug pull. All right. Let us get our equipment runner. We won't bring too much ammo here. I actually want to stock them with meds, so we're going to bring probably just shitty meds and a silenced AK. Quick in and out. Could do an M4 too. Oh, I think I have more AK bullets though. 545. Shouldn't need that much. That should be plenty. And good. Rigs, regions, Mech Trench, elevator, and we should be good. I think the biggest thing that would add some replayability to maps is A, definitely the dynamic spawn system that they're talking about, but also B, just effects, like random effects on the map, for example, right? Like, for example, like a map could have artillery strikes going on, or bomber strikes, or stuff like that, like random, or like weather, stuff like that, right? So like, and it heavily like changes how the map plays. Alright. I don't expect much has changed here, but I think they had patch notes on the map at least. Alright, let's get inside. Allison, that's a great kind of parallel. Like I did the same exact thing in regards to like I played early access Subnautica 2. Felt the exact kind of same vibe. Like a good base, but like very in a good atmosphere, but a very clear, just like they're showing you behind the scenes very early. Like if you played early access Subnautica, right? There was just like, if you went too far away from the center area where they were developing for, there was just nothing there. It literally just turned into like clear development areas, like seeing behind the scenes. I get this, it feels like almost the gun's more deadly than it was, but hard to say. Alright, I need you guys to have a lot of cigarettes, please. Wait, do you guys hear that sound? Oh, no, I mean, I'm a doctor. No, he was breathing. No. Pixel. 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 Where are the cubes, Pixel? What did they do to the cubes? Where are the cubes? They destroyed the cubes. 0 to 5 patch, unplayable. They removed the cubes. This map's terrible now. My ambiance is ruined. How could you, fun dog? Maybe they just move the cubes over to the new map. We just have to find the cubes in the new map. I mean, I guess we should probably check to see if this instantly kills you now. Nope, still just hurts. Okay, got it. Understood. Oh, these are all your opens. You can kind of tell from their gear, right? Your opens eat each other. Or, sorry, your opens recycle. The circle of life. Hello. Now, okay, I had a thought too, actually. Gunhead could feel really bad right now, too. It's interesting, so, like, the way Gunhead dies right now, it's like, you don't generally die in a single combat. It's a death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like, you get whittled down eventually, and then as Gunhead you die. I'm curious if Gunhead... So I think they've talked about armor, right? So it could be the case, for example, where Gunhead's supposed to have some mitigation or some armor, but because we don't have that currently in game yet, it makes Gunhead feel pretty, but maybe it's just because he's before the armor system. If he had some like baseline mitigation or armor against like lower caliber rounds, it might make him feel a lot better. And help prevent like the chip damage from wearing you down. Yeah, and so like wrench, if the goal or the thing is like not to have them be repairable at all, like having some degree of mitigation, faster could work too. It would be interesting too, like if maybe he was like severely impacted by weight. I don't know, it's weird. Maybe not impacted by all by weight. All right, we're pretty full right now. Yeah, the aggro seems to be definitely different now. I had to play around with it some more. It definitely feels a bit weird. All right, let's go do... I wonder if Flames now has a SFX. I wouldn't mind too, for example, if like there was maybe downsides for him being damaged. Like as opposed to necessarily being... So like right now, it's just like you have 2.25k health and like as you die or get shot, you just immediately start like say for example you double his HP to 5k but make thresholds on that HP bar where like at 4k he like loses some functionality or takes some damage and then like go down from there. Yeah, that's a good point too, Frog, like a bulldozer unit. I imagine that's probably what night shifts for your opens are, Frog, is this kind of like collection phase of like people hauling bodies to the recycler or like collection bots or stuff along those lines. We just don't have night shifts yet for Europa. And it could be the case too, I think they were mentioning it in the Q&A, right, where like the units aren't here yet for that. And so that's why we don't have night shifts yet for Europa. What was that? I had like a cache noise sound. Was that me? Yeah, I wonder, they might have added SFX in for completing quest objectives. There was like that little cache sound. Is it shooting me? Okay, you can't tell me that's not weird, right? What did I... So I did the data heist mission, right? And did that. And like when I came up here, they're immediately aggroed on me, including the exo. This is a very weird system now with aggro. I'm very curious how this is working. See ya, Pickles. There's definitely, yeah, definitely something has changed with the AI for aggro. Like they could have heard the sound playing for the SFX, and that could have alerted them to me, like up here, perhaps, which makes sense, but at the same time, it's just vastly different to how it functioned before. Yeah, Prepper, that's like the logic, right? Is you made the sound in the server room and made the alarm, and now they're notified. That's perfectly fair. It's just not how it functioned before. So just kind of learning curves. It also is weird too because the AI has never been able to get up this staircase before. For some reason, the staircase just entirely bricks the AI, even just the individual infantry. I need to go the other way, unfortunately. Yeah, I think the biggest thing right now is it feels a bit... The pathing... The biggest issue, I think, is definitely the pathing right now, because there's a lot of areas on maps where units have issues pathing by. Like, for example, that staircase. Like, if the infantry were heading up the staircase trying to intercept me and attack me for doing the server, that makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, because they can't path up that staircase very well, or at all, really, it just feels weird. And the same thing with the... Like, the new aggro system feels probably a lot better when they get new AI patrol patterns in the way. Because right now, when units aggro, they still just do the basic logic where they walk forward and try to attack you. And you kind of saw it right there. Like, the Exo naturally would never get to us, right? And that staircase cannot support it. So it's just weird how it's trying to even get up the staircase. Gunhead's good, Nomad. His inability to heal is quite rough right now. And personally, I think it's probably going to feel a lot better in a squad than playing solo. It's basically just a character you have to be very careful with on how you take fights and how many fights you take, because you just get whittled down, basically, right? I do like the new VFXs, by the way. So far, like, the fire sounds great. The little cash sound is a good indicator that you completed your quest objective. It's a good feedback system for that. The new sound effects for the SVD are great. It makes me want to have new sound effects for all of the guns, but, you know, it takes time.
You never know what you will find until you look.
Yeah, it's fair. Like, there's also there is that plus side too, because when you're a newer player also, it is kind of nice for Gunhead because you have a lot of HP and you don't need to worry about meds. You can just get some ammo, get some guns, and run back in. And like, keep in mind too, he is not constrained with his backpack or with weapons, right? He can use every weapon in the game. He has every backpack in the game. It's just that massive caveat of, it's like all these upsides, is it worth not the ability to heal? Like, it's definitely a give and a take, right? It's like, it's not that... The rewards for having that downside are definitely there. I haven't tried that yet, shooting through fences and stuff. I imagine probably not. Like, stuff like this, I don't usually expect to be able to shoot through, like, yeah. That's the thing usually with most games, though, like, you usually can't shoot, like... Usually can't shoot through stuff like that. It's a lot of extra work to go through the process of making sure all your models like that actually can have those holes in them, right? It can be done, but is it worth that additional risk? Now, chain link fences, if they exist, then yeah, that needs to happen, but like stuff like that, those small holes in geometry, it's cool when you can do it, it's just a lot of extra work.
Make your peace before the next journey.
Yeah, the new AI system, it's weird, but like, it's an interesting weird. It's the I'm not sure of how this works yet weird. It seems to be much more punishing, which is fine, but at the same time, like, yeah. Oh, yeah, Goshko, that's just a common quirk right now. Especially in earlier patches, for example, where units, it seems that as units are cycling through their possible targets, they occasionally will end up with you as a possible target. They'll shoot you, and then they'll correct themselves and go back to fighting the enemy they're supposed to be fighting. And that seems to be a quirk still, but like I said, it's still pretty early on. Trying to learn more. Okay. I haven't seen these yet. What's a good thing to test, actually? We need to go do Red Baron, I think. Now, this will be a good test. We go character-wise. I think let's get Bagman. This will be a good test. Mausoleum was one of the few maps where I actually did not get great performance on. I would consistently dip below 60 FPS. So if there was a lot of improvements to FPS, I would see it there. But I think the main thing for Mausoleum, it's mainly just all the stuff going on. That makes sense too. You generally just can't have one AI system that, yeah. It's very hard to hide knowledge about stuff with only one AI system. You need multiple, which impacts performance. Okay. So let's bring an M60 because it looks cool. And a grenade launcher. Oh, hold on, character. There we go. Alright, it's been fixed. Let's see if they fix the hit reg issues with the regular grenade launcher. I kind of feel like it's probably a no, but we can see at least. much 308 do I have? Not that much. Which is a little scary. All right, I need 7 more basic 6, which we can talk to him again. Let's bring our drill 2 in case we need a drill. All right, and we're gonna go to Mausoleum, and we'll spawn pipes. Yeah, so the little I do know about AI systems, right, is like a common trope is I think for Alien Isolation they did this right. I think this was like the quirk of the Alien Isolation game, is they had 2 AI systems. One that had I think it had an approximate idea of where, or maybe it was, no, yeah. The first AI had no idea where the player was. The second AI knew where the player was. And the second AI system would give hints to the first AI system where that player was and basically gives them hints. Trying to essentially lead the AI system to the player without it having like omniscient knowledge of the player's location. I didn't pet the dog yet. Whoops. Yeah, and like the big thing too is performance, right? Like they mentioned it in the Q&A, when you have to start factoring in 4 different players across the map, they did not. I tried Nomad, they did not. The only weapon that got like a serious SFX upgrade for the silencer was this SVD, it seems like. Yeah, but yeah. When you can have 4 different players on 4 different areas of a map, performance becomes a real factor you have to consider. Seems about the same on this map. Like, this is about par for the course for me, dipping around to 40 or so in this area. It's about what I usually expect. These feel a little new, though, by the way, and they look new also, by the way. We have guys, we replaced the cubes. The cubes have been upgraded to untextured ruins. I love it. The noob cube, now not from Mausoleum. Kind of want to shoot you guys a bit, actually, and see what your legs look like damaged. Untextured concrete. I need you guys to get damaged, please. I want to see. It does. They do have like a spark animation now when they die. Wait. Maybe I need like a pistol round to shoot them in the head without killing them. That might be what triggers the actual animation here, because like, look at the jaw. Come here, you. I need to hurt you but not kill you. Artisanal concrete, yeah. How do you know it's not just an AI, 3D printing malfunction? I think I need to bring in a pistol in next run on different character. I think they might play FFX or VFX when they get shot in the head but don't die. No, I think it's intentional, nerve, because they're basically damaged and their AI systems are going crazy from brain death. Yeah, you can see it's kind of like sparking right now. Or it sparked a little bit. Yeah, it's sparking. Hold on, let's kill everyone else. Unfortunately, we have a terrible gun for this because it's one shots to the head. The bodies keep moving around. Oh, that one's damaged for sure. Yeah, you can see it sparking now. Yeah, you can see its jaw moving around now. The only thing it needs now is it needs like the little chitter chattering of teeth. Well, yeah, the ragdoll is moving around sporadically. Definitely like happens, and it's probably not intentional, like the shifting up and down. But the head, that would be kind of interesting, right? Having like the death animations for cyborgs just like on the ground chitter chattering. All right, Red Baron. So two things we're testing here is one, is the grenade launcher fixed? And two, can we actually get Red Baron's flag now? The Vitas? Hold on. So you can you should only buy it. So Grillo sells a lot of components. So does Aramaki. Here's something. Just unselect hide incompatible when you're going to parts. That's a big thing. The wiki will have, the Forever Winter wiki will have more like actual levels for you on certain parts you can buy at what level. But just make sure to deselect hide incompatible, because that will hide a lot of components that you could probably already go ahead and use. I don't like the inventory being there, to be honest. I have a better cover. All right, that hit the pipe 2 times. Okay, grenade launcher is not fixed, by the way. We probably should have killed it a shot or two before this. Need to probably do a little bit more testing, but it definitely doesn't feel fixed. A grenade launcher should kill an Exo in 4 shots, so I definitely felt like it wasn't registering all of the hits. Or that Red Baron got more HP.
Enemy contact. Not sure where.
Well, no, the M79 and the grenade launcher are bugged, but the XM25 is not. It's weird. I mean, that was 4 shots, I think. Maybe they fix it, or maybe they fix it only partially. We should have, man. There you are. Oh, damn, you lit me up. Quite unfortunate. It definitely felt like we weren't doing that much damage with a 3-way too. This is actually good for testing too. We can run it back. Though I'm definitely out of 308 by now. Alright, so let us run it back. Grenade launcher. We'll bring a bit more. You bring a gun that I actually have ammo for. I guess we'll do M4. Ammo looking like, yeah, plenty of M4. Plenty of P90 ammo, but I can't really use that right now. Yeah. Any of the 2 rifles, really. Let's go over to the M4. Where are you at? Oh, interesting. I wonder if it's because it was DLSS. Would they drop it to? $600. More. And one big thing. We're gonna bring only shitty meds for right now. We're gonna start, I believe, in the trench line and try to find some better meds. Allison, I think some of the mechs do have weak points coded in right now. The functionality isn't fully there yet. Like, for example, well, actually, we should take that out, test that out too. So the medium mechs in the last patch did not have death animations. I wonder if they do now. But the medium mechs were, like, for each faction, were one of the few units that actually had, I think, weak points coded into them from the code. But, like, it's very, like, baseline, not fully functional. It probably was more of a test than anything else. Basically, the go-to for any armored unit is just bring out a grenade launcher and go poo poo poo, and eventually they blow up. Well, so little Papa, it didn't have that many pack files before. The issue is, right, is a lot of, if the code's stored across multiple pack files, it has to update them all at the same time, right? That's the issue with a lot of these games that use pack files, is that it will be like similar things or things that are used in one object will be stored in different areas of the pack files, and so you have to update all of them. All right, yeah. So this is a good run for medical supplies. It's not the best one ever, but it's pretty good. Like, Mech Trenches is probably the best one. It's like quick in, quick out, but this is serviceable. Air soldiers. Oh, they're inside. Okay, got it. And good there. All right, please give me medical supplies. And cigarettes, please. Oh, okay. That's a new VFX. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty damn good. See, like, this just makes me feel like all of the VFX in the game, or a lot of the VFX in the game, like for sound effects and like for guns, is like placeholder right now. And we're just waiting to get spoiled. Yeah, it's got a very meaty sound to it. I do enjoy it quite a lot. I need better beds, please. Thank you. Alright, I actually do need cigarettes, so we need to look at these guys. Not potato chips. Though you might want that eventually. Give me some of that, your open food. Brings out a bag of potato chips. So the rolling theory, Noah, is that the potato chips aren't actually potato chips. They're just what's called potato chips now. So as you saw in the meat grinder, right, Europa recycles everything from the body. And so you have the meat, which turns into meat tins, but then you have things like fingernails and toenails. So they get turned into potato chips. You're welcome, by the way, for that mental image. All right. So I need cigarettes, but I also need to kill Red Baron. It's just, you know what the Europans found like a massive, so in the grimdark future of the Forever Winter, what they have done is that there is an old AI factory for the Cool Ranch dust. Not the chips, just the dust they put on Cool Ranch Doritos. And the Europans discovered this factory, and now they have taken the toenails and fingernails and basically covered them in Cool Ranch and put them in bags, and now they're chips. Sir, will you please See, this is a weird quirk too. It aggroed through the wall. I guess it hurt us. I guess it makes sense if they're like getting ready for us to open the door. This isn't bad. It's just that because it wants to walk forward to us and shoot us, it behaves weirdly. If it just got ready and held the door with a gun out trying to defend, it'd make a lot more sense. All right. Wait, did they actually fix the pop in here? Why is everyone dead? Why are there so many dead bodies down here? Are these water scavs? No, these are Europans. I walked into a crime scene. My God. Really just looking for cigarettes. You get nuggets. I mean, I guess I'll take some cigs. We might need them eventually. We might just go over to Mech Trench, be honest, and liberate some cigarettes from some Europans. It's probably like the best way of actually grinding cigarettes, actually. Is just mass killing Europans. I mean, you occasionally get cyborgs eventually down here, but it's weird to have like the Exo up there, and then also a squad of dead soldiers up here, and a squad of soldiers with the Exo. All right, there's Red Baron. Sir, come back, please. Sir. No, that was 4. Maybe they did fix it. It was 5 shots, but I missed one. No, maybe they did fix it. That was 4 shots twice. Huh. That we're getting very lucky. Alright, there's the HKs. I need to loot. Okay. The M4 is a lot more aligned than it was before. So, what it seems like they're probably doing, as opposed to fixing everything at once, they're going gun by gun and updating them. So I imagine the SVD is probably pretty aligned too. So I'm guessing as opposed to doing, like, they probably don't have the bandwidth to do everything at once, so it looks like they're probably just doing one at a time. 1 or 2 at a time, whatever they can do in like a month or 2, right? M4 now S tier can actually aim. There is like still like so it is going where we're shooting at, but there is the recoil, right? It feels like. Is it? Maybe I missed. It felt like it was pretty accurate there. Hold on. No, maybe I'm just crazy. Shooting low again. Or maybe that, or just the tracer is misaligned. It feels like we're hitting where the recoil is moving it up from, but the tracer is still not going to where it should be going. So, like, the recoil pattern is kicking us up and to the left. We'll go back to Gunbot. We played him a bit earlier. He's just a little bit rough. But we did play Gunbot earlier. But we'll go back to Gunbot for this. Counterintuitive, when you want to kill things, Gunbot's actually hard to kill things consistently. You can win about 1 or 2 fights with Gunhead before you're tapped out. You get worn down very quickly as Gunhead. Hello, sir. This is my worst map, but like I always sit between 60 and 80 on other maps. It's just that this map's always the exception to that rule. Like on this map, I'll sit around 60 except in very particular areas, such as like the main trench lines in the center of the map. Yeah, that's what I figured would happen. Okay. That was kind of a test. I didn't really want to die there. I kind of figured that was going to happen. So the new AI system, yeah, I with the new AI, I was like, I'm going to sprint by in the trench lines. I got one shot by the medium mech in the over the top of the head. It seems that the AI is much more sensitive to like just basically being near them now, which essentially basically means you're going to die. I could have tried to sneak by now. Like I'm curious if me sneaking by there would have saved me as opposed to sprinting. That could have been like you're sprinting by a mech, it's gonna see you. We're gonna go back to Swamplands too. So Red Baron, grenade launcher seems fixed. The hit reg, the weird issue with the hit reg on the grenade launchers. There is one more thing I want to see. It feels placeholder, yeah, like if we'll see. And it could have been too nerd. They might have over-tuned it, knowing that they could pull it back if it's a bit too much. Like start way too jacked up and then pull it back as they get responses and feedback from it. So we're gonna do Swamp in a second, but there's one more thing I want to check too, because I'm very curious if they've changed anything here. And we'll bring the SVD back too. I want to see if it's more accurate also. SVD, my lovely SVD. So I don't have a lot of 54R, but I can amend that. We don't have any 54R actually. Go to vendors. 54R. Go to Bunko 54R. Where are you at? So Ludroth, in regards to crash, that felt like the preludes to a crash. Okay. In regards to the maps, by the way, the new map, I'll have to play it a bit more. Honestly, it's work in progress. Like they said that before too in the Q&A. Like maps will be work in progress. At the moment, I would say 7 or 8 is a good call for it. Like probably like a strong 8. But like I don't have that much experience on it yet. The ambiance on it's like a 10 naturally. That's like almost the game in a nutshell too. All right, 54R. We'll bring all we got. We don't have much. All right, and then we're going to Mesa. Oh, we'll go to regions, streets also. Yeah, like the biggest factor going for Swamp right now. Yeah, I like Nexus. Weirdly enough, I kind of phase like Nexus more than I like Trenches, because despite Nexus being small, it has a very clear gimmick to it, right? It's like a very small claustrophobic combat map, and it fits a theme. Mech Trench just feels like kind of, there's not a clear identity to Mech Trench. It's a cool map, don't get me wrong, I like the ambience of Mech Trench, but like, in regards to theme, it doesn't really feel like it has one yet. I like Mesa a lot. They're different. Mesa and Swamp are doing two different things. Now, I do think Mesa... Okay, they heard me while crouching. I need to see if that happens on other characters. Can they just hear you now trying to be stealthy? Or is that just a downside of Gunhead making noise? These freaking drones, man, they are going to be like the bane of Gunhead. And that's the weird thing too, right? The drones are like, there's clear... In a spot like that, it feels like the two drones should be fighting each other, but instead they're fighting me. And that's always a weird quirk right now, in the sense of like the target priorities of some of these units feel very weird. Especially drones. Drones have always had it bad too. Cemetery, I haven't played. We played it very briefly to see if the dog is the same. By the way, Ludrop dog is the same. Still one shot you at 2K. I didn't explore it much more than that though, so we're due to go explore Cemetery a bit more. But it also seems like too, if I can't be stealthy as this character, like this is a no-go, almost assuredly, right? Okay, so this is what we came here for. We're testing out, really, if these have death animations now. The phase, that's very fair. Like, I do think a lot of the maps like that need some extra help in regards to like weird corridors you can hide and like be stealthy through. It's like one of the reasons why I like my little spot on Cemetery is because you can kind of be stealthy a bit on Cemetery through like the weird corridors you have access to. Okay. One big thing. Mechs still can't aim up, which is great. Yeah, it still goes into idle animation. No death animations yet, which is very quite sad. All right, Merkavas. Still get pushed. Grenade launcher still push. Go. Wait, what? Is that repeatable? Hey, friend. I can't see all the dust. I actually get it. I feel like it's right there. Where are you? Did it despawn? Oh, it's on the road. Okay, we see it. It's on the road. There it goes. No, there. Yep, no. There it goes. I always wanted more. It's the helicopter program. No, this is what I signed up for early access for. The beauty of jank. It's stuck. No, it needs to be freed. That for you? Oh, it despawned. Okay. That's fair. Hello. Come here, you. I need to free you. I need to sending you to space, friend. I can't see it. There it is. There it is. The knockback is weird on the tank shell, but that's even better. That's new. That level of jank is new. Now, this is actually a bad character to do. You can't actually ADS as Gunhead. So I'm not sure if it actually goes farther or not. Or actually is more accurate or not. Little did you know, the Kessler effect in this game, the Forever Winter, is actually due to tanks. It's just a bunch of tanks floating in the sky in orbit. No, that's fair. HKs are fair. I killed like what, 3 Merkavas and a medium. Helicopter. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's weird. Though, did I just get... Oh no. I might have a big boy friend. Which is fair, I probably deserve a big boy friend. I don't like this. Can I target the... Do I target the chopper at all? It'd be so funny if you actually shot the chopper with your head. I'm trying, actually. It's just targeting things other than that. I don't think it will. And to be fair, it's probably, that's fair. It probably can't target mechs or exos or things like that. Those big nature things. Oh, I imagine you can. Hold on. Let's, Yeah, you can. Oh, fuck me. Oh, he's damaged. Look at him. Look at him go. He's a little broken. Who's a good boy? Who's a good broken boy? You're a good broken boy. It does give you like a good old shit button, right? Who's got a nice jaw? Come on, you can do it. Come on, I'm believing you. Me and my new friend. He's got the shakes. Come on. He's slow because he's damaged. I shot him a few times with the AP-9 Pro. Yeah, there's the despawn trigger. So, if you did not know, yeah, this is the despawn trigger area. anything on this side of the map will be despawned once you hit here, including our poor Fred. He's gone. So the Gunhead head works as an equipment. In the bottom left, you can see our symbol, our equipment symbol. So if we hold down Q, if we're currently targeting something, it will unleash the barrage. Yeah, it's more of just like a VFX symbol. It's more like it's more like ambiance AL. It's not too much, but yeah, if they take enough damage, like if they take a headshot and don't die, they turn into that slower state. I don't think you can change it at all. It's just full auto. I was holding down Q the entire time and it was just unloading. I will say one nice thing too, even when it's not being used, it does help you find targets that you might not see normally. It's kind of like an attack cam in some capacity. We haven't unlocked any of his extra heads yet. So we start with the APC-9 Pro, and we can spend experience to unlock the, eventually the AK, then RPK, and then the A12 is the last one. Machine, I'm using a 1500X, and using a 3080. And I am more CPU, I'm playing on all high. I get around 60 to 80 FPS depending on the map. Some maps I get down to 40, but that's just that map. And I am like CPU bound basically. So I probably need like a better CPU over the 1500X to get more FPS than I currently have.
Our guns run empty.
1440p.
Time to reload.
And I am playing with DLSS on performance mode, but keep in mind I'm only getting like an extra like 7, 8, 10 frames with that mode on in that setting. It's not that many because it's not really a boost to the GPU at all, really, because constrained other way. I can get the AK now. Can I change variants? Now I'm concerned. Unlocking a different prestige level will probably give me maybe reset. Okay, no, it is AK now an AK on his head. Okay. So AL there is. We haven't experienced it yet. So the way it works, I don't think you get them without doing this first. So you can automate your water income. So there's a water delivery bots. They can basically go out and get water for you. So each tier of these increases the chance of having an invasion of your innards from water scavs. But with these high tier bots, the water bots V3 giving you between 1 and 4 water every 2 days, it probably means you never have to worry about your account losing progress. I haven't seen the vault yet. I haven't looked around too much either. Apparently there is a vault now that you can kind of store things in. Maybe you only get it during invasions to protect if you do lose the invasion, right? So you can kind of keep some things from your previous wipe. I'm still missing cigarettes too, which is quite sad. Oh, here it is. Okay, it's your sword. Okay, right here. I can store credits here too. Oh, so yeah, you can store credits here. I guess credits are not. Credits just don't hurt at all, but yeah, you can store weapons here, I guess. Can you store stacks here, or is it only one at a time? It's only one. Okay, you can't store stacks. So like weapons and stuff like that. Yeah, it's nice. Gives you a little bit of redundancy. Yeah, and I think the big thing to nerd one, apparently, like I'm guessing, I'm curious. I haven't seen the implementation yet, right? So I don't know exactly how it functions. But if the water bots that deliver water to you immediately put it to your total, I imagine that gives you some perpetuity, right? In regards to like, you can just have the water bots always top you off. The only thing you need to worry about is when you log on, you might have an invasion you need to deal with immediately. So like you won't come back to no water, but you'll come back to an invasion that you need to defend your base from. Let's run it back. So with the M4 and the SVD being one of the things I mentioned, I wonder if anything else is different. Probably not. SVD is fine, I think. Though I probably want to bring actual ammo. Let us get some 545. I guess like one thing to consider too is I probably like that's one upside of Gunhead in a way, because you're never really long for the world from a lot of combat. You don't need to bring in a lot of ammo, right? There's not much reason to bring a lot of ammo with Gunhead when you can't fight that many times. Okay, interesting. So I need... What level am I with him? Europa. Oh, well that tracks. So high Europa rec will give you the ability to start at the injection site. Is it level 2 or level 3? Level 3. Oh no, level 2, okay. I don't know. I feel like it might be, like maybe it should be level 3 Europa for that. It seems like a pretty good spawning point. I do like this being a Scav Girl. Personally, if I was between Scav Girl and Shaman, I'd probably do Shaman. I personally think probably the best all-around character right now, though, is definitely still Masked Man. That could change it with the new like aggro. Yeah, there's a shanty town that the water scavs are in. Yeah, the water scavs are like dotted throughout the map. This main area we're spawning at, though, is going to be... Oh, yep. So the new map has issues with the LSS, so off it goes. It's not a huge performance hit, though. Like I said, I don't get that many extra frames off DLSS, so I still get about 60 or so. No, but the new map, the central area is mainly Europa, and then from up there we go. Wait, hold on. So we have 150 with the AK. Oh, there's a gotcha here. I can't carry you, but there's... Okay, this is the first map there's gotchas on outside of Scorched Enclave. That's a gotcha. Is it still got a gotcha? Yeah. That's pretty big. Like, it does make sense too, right? This being like a high-risk, high-reward area. Like, this makes sense for me for gotchas to be on. I guess too, with the new AI system also, like Scorched Enclave, how dangerous Scorched Enclave is, makes sense too. I didn't bring drills. There are a few rooms that require drills on this map. It looks so good. Imagine just like having like, those are far enough away too, where I feel like they could shoot things and like not hinder performance too much. Like it'd be pretty low poly, or pretty like small FF. Like it doesn't need to be a big FFX, right? Man, the drones scare me now so much. Is it upside down? I think it's upside down. Hold on. Back here. No, it's just the... That's a new sound effect too, like little like jingling sounds as it dies. Very subtle but noticeable. I want to know how high you can get to. Hold on. Hold on. I will say it's like the downside of Gunhead though is like you can't do all the janky exploration because you might just die in the process. Yeah, nope. All right. So the Europens seem to mainly dominate the central area, but as you get further out, it seems to change quite a bit. Turrets, yeah, turrets. Yeah, there are zombies and drones, and it looks like the drones nest here too. By the way, Ludroth. So let's go over here. We can probably get a good vantage point over here. Sir. In the grim darkness of the future is only spawning in front of you. Yeah, we can make with turrets. Talk to the turrets. Okay, where are you? There's a shanty town. He goes over here. Why are they aggroed? I guess I can't. Yeah, it's over here. Actually, that's why we're way too far down this way. We're gonna be looking that way actually for the drones. All right, what's the range on this bad boy? It's actually pretty far. Holy shit. They respawn again. Okay. There are mechs on this map. All right. That was kind of on me, but at the same time, that was a double respawn right in front of us. But no, yeah, Gunhead, you just can't fight as Gunhead. You have to have a squad. No, Phase, yeah, Phase. We don't have any way to repair Gunhead at all. All right. Run it back. We're gonna bring... It's an M4 this time. They were decent threats before, just because they would draw in other units to fight you. No, but yeah, like... With the new AI system, right, everything's more of a threat now. Alright, regions, frozen swamp, injection well, good. I will say, it's nice to just like bring in ammo and then we're good to go again. Yeah. We'll probably need that for sure, Phase. It's just untenable otherwise. Yeah, there are water thieves. They're mainly in the shanty town.
Unit
All right.
7 and 6 reporting clear skies ahead.
Definitely feels like a push-pull though, right? Like we have this cool gunhead we have, but at the same time, like it almost feels like we don't want to use it. Because it's not silenced, right? Okay, that's fair. It's all man, it's aggroed. I want to see if that pop-in still happens there. Is it like actually pre-programmed in the map to just have pop-in there? The water scavs do have Vepers. It's just a question of if they're disabled or not, right? And they're not here. Okay, so they didn't pop in this time. That's nice to see it, actually. So I guess it was just like one of the dynamic spawns happened here. All right. I did not bring a jump this time. Wait, why are they aggro? Did they just hear me? Like, was that off sound or off hearing? It could have been off sound, but like, I don't know. That's weird.
Deletion confirmed.
Maybe a load. Anyway. Explosives, explosives. Probably, like, we can go check it out though. One big thing is we can't actually lean, like, that's one big thing too to consider is we can't lean Q and E with Gunhead. So we have to be very careful around taking cover fights too. I'm kind of curious. My intrusive thoughts are saying, try to walk across this. It's not real. It's not real. Also, I slid off uncontrollably very quickly. All right, we'll spawn you the actual water town. The structures are real. There's been a lot of that so far. A lot of ethereal structures. All right. So we'll go over to the Scav town now and see if... Let's actually bring a rig too, in case we do find one. Let's bring in, I guess, you. So if we do find some Vepers, we can pick them up. All right, and let's see how the curse the G36 is. I haven't run that in a while. Yeah, that's gonna be like the biggest thing, right? Like the reason why it's like it's easy to prestige as like shaman, right? Because you can carry so much shit, or bagman, for example, because you can carry so much shit and you can stay in raid forever. Gunhead's very much different from that. He cannot stay in raid forever. He cannot stay in raid for even a medium amount of time. He has to be like in and out almost immediately if you're playing him solo. All right, scavenger camp. So scavenger camp will place this near the water scav buildings.
Perhaps today is the day.
All right, so we're looking for Vepper scavs. All right, yeah, so this is a shantytown. There's a lot of water here too in shantytown. All right, there's our water thieves. We have skirmishers, looter water thieves, and yeah, looters. Actually, they have turrets too. All right, what guns do they have? RPD. I see it like right as we're getting out. That's a VTAS, I'm pretty sure. An RPD. Yeah, 2 RPDs and a VTAS so far. It's probably the Berserkers that carry it, I guess. Let's see. Those are water thief drones. Yeah, there's a Berserker, which probably is the one that carries the thing that we want. Yeah, you get a Viper 12. Destroyed, though. Drones, please. Yeah, and then Vitazes. So you could, yeah, if you want a Viper 12, you could farm the scavs here. Eventually they'll give you one that's disabled. I don't know the ratio, but eventually you'll get one. They're farming them for blood. All of the AB positive blood. All right, and we're basically to the point now where we don't even want to fight anymore. We just want to leave. Like once, like that was what, 3 or 4 skirmishes, and we're chip just running up. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I know. I talked to Ludros. I talked to Ludros too. We need to what's it called? Get more cigarettes for him, which is probably the next task. Gavin, not that we have found. So we cannot use that kind of consumable with him. So when we lose HP as Gunhead, we have lost that HP as Gunhead. We ain't getting it back. So it kind of just means that we need to, like, I would say at this point when we're at about half health, we need to consider, like, stop taking fights and leaving, because we need a bit of a barrier for drones, because drones are gonna, like, just shoot us no matter what we do, really. Yeah, in squad combat, Gunhead's just dead. You cannot pick him up, apparently. So, yeah, very weird.
Deleting threats in order of priority.
But the biggest thing is, like, because so the drill is a new consumable. There are a few locked doors now that you open with drills as opposed to any other methods. On this map, there's, like, I know at least one of them on this map. It's basically like a payday mechanic, right, where you put the drill in the door, and after a certain amount of time, it will unlock. Or much more rather, destroy the door. Yeah, that's a new bug for sure. Drones, please. They really just whittle you down. You know what Gunhead needs? He needs like a metal hat, like a giant metal hat to deflect bullets. I hear a mech. See, like right there, for example, it shot at us before even aggroing. Like, okay, here's the thing too. Like right now, I would say most of my confusion's coming from, like, the relics of the old system are still here, but there's also the new parameters of this system in the place. Like, because of how I know the old aggro system works and the diamonds, because the units can still occasionally have diamonds, it feels very convoluted to me of how the AI works in game. If they were just to go ahead and just remove at least that type of old legacy, like, notification that this unit's aggressive versus you, it would help me a lot mentally to, like, get over this kind of hurdle, right? Because, like, right now I'm always expecting the units to have a red diamond before they start fully engaging me, except in small instances, and that no longer seems to be consistently the case. And so I'm getting, like, almost conflicting information of how this is supposed to work now. If they just abolished the whole red diamonds above the heads as the way of notifying you that you have aggro, me randomly getting shot by units in front of me makes more sense to me now. It's like, oh, it's like they visually see me, so they shoot me. So cover's much more important now. Not the red indicator above their head. Yeah, that's the perk of like, that is supposed to be the perk phase of Gunhead having more like of not being able to heal. Is you start with basically double the HP of most other units, right? Other things of Gunhead. Also, these are also almost assuredly like drone nests, Eurasian drone nests, which is terrifying. Like they will spawn when you move toward them. The MRE is a healing item. We can't use it. It heals you for very little amounts, but it does help, especially with chip damage, right? Yep. And then move on. Let me out of here. Now there are like a few items in the game called like mech repair kits. I'm wondering if like they work.
Time to reload.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is there MRE bundle now, like without name or description? Not that I know of. I haven't really seen new items at all. They did update the thumbnails for a few of the items. Yeah, phase. Like we kind of saw that too in the October patch. Like the like new-ish systems they're putting in place with the dog. But it feels like almost like Gunhead. It's like, you know, we have this new system layered upon the old system, and because they're both meshing with each other, it feels kind of weird. Let's go ahead and prestige. Yeah, it's I really, it might be a placeholder for now because it's, you know, adding 25 levels is an easy way to, you know, rectify things. I do kind of hope that in the future we see a different system than this. I'm not a big fan. It could just be placeholder and like a kind of like a way for people to have a grind to grind toward in the meanwhile while we're waiting for Q1. Okay. So one thing I haven't done yet, which I'm very sad about I didn't do. Bagman. No, it says on the gotchas you have to open them back in the innards. It has a tooltip now too, actually saying that. Maybe. It could just be that, you know, well, we were playing a few different characters too that had that same kind of aggro. Like, for example, when we died on Trenches, sorry, Mausoleum, the Trenches in Mausoleum, we died as I believe Bagman. No, I can see the case too, like, you know, a mech drawing much more attention. I am curious too if we can stealth kill. It seems that, like, even when crouching, Gunhead draws attention. Who's a good boy? That's fair. Yeah. Tell me what's new. All right, how many cigarettes do I have? I need 10 basic cigs, I think, to talk to him again. Okay, it's time for murder. I need cigarettes. I want to talk to the man again. And what is a better way in acquiring cigarettes than mass murder? There is no better way, by the way. So, to make sure we can acquire our cigarettes, we're going to do a little bit of a grind. That's probably plenty. The beauty of this is that you get more ammo as you kill more units. So it ends up working out pretty well. Not that I've noticed. We can... I think I do have cryo rounds in my inventory. I haven't seen if they fixed the bugs at all with them. But I think the biggest thing, do I have cryo? 2 CUs over... Yeah, it still weighs twice as much as regular ammo and takes up twice the weight. So, like, it's still it's inefficient ammo-wise. So, unless it gets a massive, like, buff, I don't think it can take the place over regular 5.45. Alright, so we're going to mech trenches, and we're going to farm us some lovely little guys. He does. We're pretty far along, Ludroth, in regards to that. We're just back at the basic SIG one. I think we've done like 2 or 3 complete cycles. But that was like the one things we didn't have a lot of was basics. I probably at one time sold them to Aramaki to make up for the, you know, genocide of cyborgs. Yeah, he just like cycles between all of them anyway, yeah. He wants the different flavors. Can I close this door real quick? I can, thank God. Door closed. We can bring those repair tools in too, by the way. They're not consumable, so I don't ever think it would actually repair him. But it's worth a shot. Alright, we need to do some mass murder now. Listen to the Ludroth. It's got sound effects now. Albers, I can't give you too much feedback on that because it doesn't really... I haven't seen much, but it seems to be a bit better also, because we're not on night shifts and go back to DLSS. I will say, like, the biggest thing I've noticed, Albers, is I've noticed, like, almost a little bit more visual fidelity on high than before, with no impact of FPS at all for me. So, and, like, I can't say with my rig. I would say anecdotally yes, but yeah, just the rig that I have right now didn't see much improve. I'm CPU bound though, so. All right, we're now on a quest to murder a bunch of Europans. And get more meds in the process too would be nice. Yeah, unfortunately, the demo is probably the worst candidate now. Like, if you can get 30 plus FPS on the demo, the regular game's gonna be probably much better now, because the regular demo is back on the original build of the game. So you're basically 2 major patches behind now. I'm not sure if they're gonna update the demo or not, but we'll have to see, I guess. Also, where is everyone? I need cigarettes. Yeah, but like I will say, like, if you get decent to steady frames on the demo, I can only imagine between the 2 patches it getting better. All right, please have cigarettes. All right, those I don't care about. I don't think Cyborgs might carry cigarettes. I just can't recall. They mainly carry alcohol though, which is very bad for our inventory. He clutters it up very quickly. I don't think so. There is the dodge still, so you can side dodge, but I don't think they added sprinting for sideways. If you didn't know you can do this, yeah, it's control when you side strafe. You can dodge that way. That's what I figured too. Yeah, they're all alcohol. Are you alive? No. Yeah, it's quite fair. Yeah, well, that was a different game though too. Different engine also. I do think in time it'll help out. I think, yeah. Keep in mind, this is like... So Allison in the chat earlier compared this to like early access Subnautica. And like, I think that's a very apt comparison. Now, originally in their early access page, they were saying for this game to come out in a year. Subnautica came out like 3 years after it went to early access, and I think that was fair. I think 3 years is like an apt amount of time for early access to release, depending on the state, right? And things change. But like, it's a similar basis, right? Where there's clearly things that aren't fully functional yet and janky and like placeholdery, but it's a good basis, right? And the things that you do see them update, like the biggest thing is like, look at the areas that they clearly update. And if you like that, then you're good. So for example, I really liked the sound approach they did to the SVD and M4. I like the sound effects for those guns. They sound very good and meaty now. And I like that. So I'll use that kind of as a basis, right? Like, since I like the direction they're currently heading in from the updates I can see. And there's plenty of stuff that hasn't been touched yet that I would like to see touched, but because I'm seeing them on this positive route, I'm happy. Also, where's my... I want to murder people. Got a little bit more room left. We can go back to the main corridor over here. Yeah, I mean, I can easily see too, like Sony kind of doing the executive sort of thing. Like you can, it definitely almost feels like, don't get me wrong, the armor, the crossover armor from Killzone is really freaking cool, but it's also like, it definitely feels like a thing where Sony had kind of their thumb pressing down on Arrowhead as a publisher, or I guess it was as the owner of the IP, I guess. It felt like there was some corporate meddling, if you will. But at the same time, like from, you know, all of the PR or the, you know, talks that Arrowhead have done, it definitely seems that like they're trying to be the best player, like advocates they can be for the players, but they're having to fight with Sony. And considering Sony's trying to make up for freaking what's it called? That movie they just released. I can't even remember. It's so forgettable. I forgot the name of it. The Spider-Man guy. They're trying to recoup the losses from that. They're like, oh no, we have to write off $200 million now on that movie that's that's bombing hard. Yeah, Craven. Thank you. No, it's Craven, the movie Craven, the Spider-Man villain that's more like an anti-hero in this movie apparently. But they're trying to, yeah, all of the L's Sony's taking, they're like, okay, we have one good IP left, let's milk the fuck out of it. The poor execs right now. Though I am curious too if like them doing that's kind of them like also insinuating that there's going to be a new Killzone game. And I kind of do. If they go to like if they do what Space Marine 2 did and kind of just make an old school sort of like really like Xbox 360 kind of shooter, it might get positive reception, right? As long as it's got some good love behind it, which I know is hard for Sony to have. I haven't looked into it at all, but I imagine it probably is. Or Killzone, it's not probably 3. I guess it could be considered 3. I know after Killzone 2 there was other Killzone games, right? But I don't think they had the title of being 3. But I do like the world building behind Killzone and the art style in Killzone. It's quite cool. All right, let's see how many things we got. We got 2 during all of that murder. Why do you need so many cigarettes? I'm good on, yeah, I'm getting the one imported too, actually. The only thing I have left is premiums. Ugh. All right, let's go over to the last character I don't think we've seen with the dog animation. Welcome back, Starfairy. Nice. Yeah, thankfully I'm finished with Christmas shopping already. I usually get it out of the way pretty early. Or at least attempt to. Alright, so the last thing we're doing, or the thing we're trying to do right now is see the last animation we haven't seen yet for the dog. With the old man. Hello, old man. Or hello, dog. Hold on. Need to get a better look. I need to scroll around more. She's better when you level her up much higher. It takes a while. I do have an issue with Scavgirl. I do just think she's a worse shaman. Especially considering this. She's really fast, has a problem with low HP, but like her most cardinal sin is having to level up this constantly. Yeah, like once you prestige her up, it's perfectly fine. If you go really crazy too and start getting her up to like 50, she's gonna have plenty of HP and be really fast. It's just one of those characters that like, it's kind of a slog for a long time, but once you get to high prestige or even just prestige her up to like full, she's very good just because of her speed plus rig items. Yeah, new cap is 50. Okay. Like old man's not much better to be honest, but at least old man has the perks of getting a very nice rig on the first upgrade. Like this being locked off at 1 is not a big deal because you can get it immediately. Though Scavgirl, like her rig upgrade path, it's weird too. Because I will say also, like, there probably needs to be some considerations in the future of the progression of rigs. Because I feel like the enhanced rig doesn't really have a purpose for anyone other than Scavgirl, right? Like the lower tier rigs are just immediately skipped. Like when you're going to Heisenberg, Bundleton to buy a rig, you just should save up for like, what's it called? You either save up for the gun runner, or sorry, the equipment runner, or you save up for the pack mule. Like, that's just your go-tos immediately, right? Like, you can buy more later, but, like, that's always gonna be your first 2 buys. Like, if you want to play, like, a character you can't use this, you buy this. But if you're going, like, you're playing Masked Man, you just save up for this, and then you're good. There's no real need to, like, progress through the tiers of rigs to get to the higher rig. You just skip the rest and go straight to the good rig. The other smaller rigs don't really have a purpose. They're just objectively worse than the smaller ones. But you're saying enhance is better than this? Or than this? For Scab Girl? That's, I mean, that's fair, I guess. I personally like the ability to carry more, because carrying more is like a lot of how you get experience and prestige up and stuff like that. Like when you're just trying to carry as much as you can for experience, you want the biggest rig that you can get. But it probably depends on play styles too. Okay. So I still need cigarettes. What's a good map for cigarettes? Something that has a lot of containers. I mean, basically just immediately going over to trenches again, really. Could do Enclave. Enclave feels kind of dangerous now. I guess we haven't done Cemetery yet. I feel like we are due for Cemetery. And see if anything changes in Cemetery. It's one map we haven't actually fully explored yet. Which means we're basically not fighting on it either. And notably, this is still in progress. This map hasn't changed yet. So I am curious what we'll find on this map. Okay. I don't need to bring a jump. I thought about bringing a jump, but it's not necessary. I really do not have much ammo for anything else other than basic rifles. So we'll go AK. Wait, Rat King kills you now? That seems not intentional. That seems more like a bug. If Rat King is doing the things where he murders you, that seems definitely not intentional. Five. I don't need a lot here, just enough. And it'll bring, I think, only shitty meds. I don't plan on fighting here, and also I don't want to risk good meds to the dog. Pipes, and we should be good. Maybe. Though I can't imagine you having lower scav rating. Yeah, well, we can test Rat King as soon as we find him, right? That's the biggest constraint, is actually finding Rat King.
On the road again.
Night shift. Sorry, Free, we'll see. I definitely think the IP can be explored in different areas, too. Though, first things first, making sure this game does well. That's not the dog. Get safe. Yeah, I mean, like, we're probably just waiting for armor, right? I don't know. I think LDSS off right now. Is this still off for me? Oh, it's on. Things just, I don't know why, but between Mesa and this map, it almost feels like there's like a filter that's off, or it feels much more visually crisp. Ludroth, I'm not playing with dog. He's locked off, don't you worry. He's in his little area now. Why break what is broken? This has always worked for me. Alright, why break what isn't broken? There we go. Alright. So we have cultists on this map now. I wonder if they... Yeah, I don't know why. It seems that maybe they changed the texturing or something about that, or the aliasing. Something changed about the game that just makes it look more visually clear and certain... Like, the textures. The textures look more visually clear, vivid now. It's weird. It's hard to explain. But between Mesa and then this map, things just look crisper and like less... Yeah, like less... like weirdly smooth. Like, yeah, like not textured properly. This is only an AK too. I one shot them. Holy shit. I do think cultists can mass spawn here too. This might be a fine farming spot for a bit. Cyborgs? That seems new. Yeah, that's the best way to explain it too. It's only like an 8 and like it's a little bit more high fidelity now. A lot of the areas. The texturing looks, yeah, like the texturing looked weird before on some of the maps, and now it seems to be fixed in some capacity. All right. Doop. So the cultists are another faction. We only see them on the night shift variant of this map, really. We don't really know what they worship. We think they worship dog. But they're basically, they look like your Ruskin riders, but they use scav, or sorry, they use European weaponry. So they use like mainly the scars. So I think they occasionally might have a VTAS occasionally, but they're mainly scar based. Now, as a recruit, you can get a cultist, but we're not sure if they're the same cult or not, because we've brought that cultism before to a night shift map like this, and they fought each other. So either maybe an ex-cultist or something like that. That's new. Okay, so that seems to insinuate that they have absolutely placed gotchas on all or most maps now. So in the prior patch, you could only find gotchas on the other maps, or sorry, only Scorched Enclave, but it seems like they have actually replacing gotchas now. And I think gotchas are a good solution for like rewarding players for going into high-risk areas. I think that's a good lure, right? It's like, it's a good stepping stone into like a better system, but like I like the idea of putting gotchas in high-risk spots. If you're unfamiliar, there's basically loot boxes carrying lots of things. Let's see if there's anything else here. Yeah, that's still money, technically speaking.
Pocketing this for sure.
I'm hearing cyborgs. I shouldn't leave. Nothing noticeable changed yet, but we're on night shift, so maybe not much change on night shift. We'll come back here later and explore more. Probably 6 rig lights, a few Spaz 12s.
Narrow but clean exit.
Any SIGs? There's none up here, so very sad. We do have this. I want the mech repair tools. I have seen the dog and the Exo fight. The dog does not one-shot the Exo. Remember, the dog like only does like a couple hundred, like 400 or 500 per swipe. The dog will eventually win, but it takes a while. What generally ends up happening is the dog distracts the Exo, and the Exo gets shot by 5,000 different infantry soldiers, and they die. I have bugged the game. Thanks, Gavin. I really appreciate it, man. All right, well, that's a bug report. So I moved everything to my inventory and then opened the containers and I got this screen. Whoops. All right. First critical bug of the day, which honestly not bad. We've been playing for a while. I have broken the game. Pray I do not break it further. Yeah. Speaking of, if you haven't played it yet, if you're a Project Zomboid enjoyer, the new unstable patch for Zomboid, it's definitely a love or a hate. I feel like it's going to either polarize you one way or the other. I personally love the direction they're heading in Zomboid. The systems are still very rough and definitely like early access unstable, but I play a little bit of unstable right now for Zomboid, and I love the feel. I didn't put too much time to only like an hour or two. I really am enjoying the feel of unstable right now. Everything they added was cool. Like the game just looks a bit better. I know some people are having like massive performance issues with the new version of Zomboid. I'm personally not. It runs very good for me, but I have a pretty good rig, so yeah, the update everyone's been waiting forever for, but I'm very much enjoying it. I thought that was the case before Lil Papa, but did they not before? Like a lot of things have new sound effects, animations, a lot of new items, crafting, blacksmithing, stuff like that. Like their whole thing is like they're kind of like aiming in the direction now where they want to push toward like sort of like not Walking Dead-esque, but like Walking Dead in the sense of you're now 3, 4, 5 years in the future, things are starting to go away, you're trying to make things now, so like you make weapons, smithing. One big thing now too are skyscrapers and basements. So now you can like have underground areas or like much larger buildings than before. And they've added a lot into new stuff to the western part of the map, like that dead corner of the map. They added like 2 or 3 new areas, like big areas and stuff in between. But no, it's a lot. Like 42 is like, and the big thing too is like animals also in 42. It's a lot of stuff. It's a big patch, and like it's not all in the game yet, but it feels really good so far. It looks really cool too. It might not be in the game yet, Ludroth. I know the underground stuff is there now, but they were talking about skyscrapers before, like being able to build higher. New patch, Loki. So in the new patch, we have a new map in progress, Frozen Swamp. We have a new character, Gunhead, which has its pros and cons. A new water system. Thank you, Star Fury. Training manual for the US Army. I'm not sure about that, but thank you. Appreciate it. We have like the new-ish water system. Oh, that's no problem. This will be everyone else who's joining in. So you can now get water delivered to your base automatically through water bots. However, they come with the caveat of having to defend your base against water scavengers eventually. We haven't seen it yet, but yeah. And I imagine too with this upgrade, like, so 90 days of water, 60k credits or 600k credits, so it's not a big deal. 1 to 4 water every 2 days, which should be almost assuredly stable to beneficial, right? Like you never will run out of water. So the only thing you have to worry about is coming back and having to defend your base against scavs. And then a bunch of like small flourishes here and there, like SFX updates, sound effect updates, graphical updates, and so on and so forth. Bunch of little small things. A few new quests here and there. We do have a cool new guy for lore drops and stuff. And I really like this guy so far. I like the integration of this guy for like giving out lore. Unfortunately, I'm like, he gives you quests where you give him cigarettes and he tells you stories. We're like 7, 8, 9 stories in now, and now he wants more cigarettes than we have, so we have to go find more cigarettes. Sure. We'll go back to Gunhead and we'll bring out the G36. Any mods for it? I don't think so, right? Yeah, I think it's more for the players, right? The people who don't play the game religiously or don't want to, which is perfectly fair. Like, it's really easy to get water But I do understand the complaints by the players who do not want to feel like they're like pressured into playing a game consistently. And so this kind of gives them the ability to not have to worry about that. But at the same time, when they come back, they have to defend their base. And I will say too, though, like I'm not sure, we have to eventually see it and how it functions. That's plotting. Also, we actually need a different rig. Big boy rig. We'll have to see how hard the new defend your base mission is. Like, is it almost a guarantee you'll always win it if you have the proper defenses up? Or is it much sketchier than that? That's plenty. Injection well seems like a clear way of dying. Let's go Titan wreck. Let's do some looting around this way. I feel like injection well might be a bit ale. It's almost assuredly broken still. Also, we can't actually ADS with our friend here. Hey, Pixel, that's fair too. It's a good system, I will say, because it actually it does give you the option to not care about it, right, and like not subject yourself to invasions. Giving the players that choice, right, is like, okay, you can automate your water delivery, not have to care about water, but you have to deal with defense. It's a good compromise between the two systems, I think. The defensive turrets in the new at your base are new, yes. They're an upgrade you can get to help defend your base versus water scavs. I do hope they maybe improve the mission a bit, or improve the innards a bit to actually feel much more like defense, like a wave defense, as opposed to what it probably is right now, but stepping stones, right? Yeah, like, and also like this tree right here, by the way, you can see the drones on it. It definitely gives a sense that the drones nest. I really want to see the full implementation of the Eurasian drones. They look so cool. We didn't actually explore over here yet either. Let's go over here. We explored over here earlier. Also, just for extra ambiance, because why not? Oh no, no, demo. We tried being sneaky earlier, and they heard us and turned around. Loki, I can't. Hold on. Let's as you can see, like this little targeting right here is, yeah, this is our gun. All right, goodbye, ammo. Or probably a bit her after that. Yellow pop, I know that's, yeah, definitely the case. Yeah, unfortunately we only have 200 rounds at the right, so we're probably already dry on it, but like, honestly, considering how like not often you can fight as Gunhead, it's fair. By the time you actually use all 200 rounds, like, you're probably past the point of, like, you're close to dead. This is cool, though. You can kind of see the inside of these, this train over here, carrying supplies. Leo, that's the cool part. You don't. There isn't one, at least not yet. So, your HP bar on Gunhead is what you have. Good luck. Oh, there's a turret on the train too. That feels measly to me. That turret, look at this train, look at this turret. Oh, wait, what are you? Sorry, no. I want to make the train. Okay, it said lower drawbridge. Oh, it is lowering. Just really slowly. What do you do when I fully lower you? Is that a jump? Oh, there's a drill. Thank you, Ludroth. We walk across the bridge when it's closed down. There's no VFX yet, but I wonder if it like is like it's like an optional extract. Will the train go? What do you do? I imagine eventually this will be loud, very, very loud. You can always leave stuff in the Discord, though, okay? Once you verify that you own the game in the Discord, you can just leave feedback. It's not me, is it? Yeah, it's not me. Yeah, every 25 levels is 1,000 HP. So basically, everyone gets 1,000 more HP now, potentially. Okay, so I lowered the bridge. Alright, train no go. Me go. You can get a better look at this thing over here too. Well, for now, I mean, like the train could eventually move, perhaps eventually. Yeah, this is like, yeah, the drones literally spawn from there. Like those are 100% nests for the drones. That's so gnarly. Gunhead, and mainly just polishing here and there, David. Some new water mechanics, new small things here and there, VFX updates for a few guns, so on and so forth. Just a bunch of little small things. But yeah, new map, new character, the slightly new water system still, but it's not fully fleshed out yet. Also, it's a bunker. But a bunch of little small stuff. Considering like we got 2 decently sized content patches in a quarter, I'm pretty happy, I'm not gonna lie. It means like if you don't play for a while, you'll come back to a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's a good sized content patch. All right, what's down here? Oh, for sure. Like as an early access game, I have no regrets in buying it. All right, what do you say? Did I open you? No. I don't think this is a spawn point, right? It might be a spawn point, but it's not an exit for us at least. That would be a very cool way, by the way. Can we get back? Okay, I'm curious too. Are we stuck over here now, or is there a way back? Hold on. Are you actually like locked off now? Can you get over here without using the drawbridge? So the new character is interesting. I think he might be much more of a role player in a squad than a good solo character. The head mechanic... Except for response. Okay, that makes sense. The mechanic's interesting. The problem with Gunhead right now is you can't heal, and so you kind of get whittled down. That's unfortunate, Pixel. I kind of like the idea, for example, of having areas like this locked off. Like, imagine, for example, like having to lower the drawbridge get over here and then like get into the bunker. And like for your reward, you get to go to a special map. Like stuff like that's just so cool. Yeah, those are nests, man. That's so terrifying. Oh yeah, the deep water though, Pixel, right? You can use deep water to section it off. Wait, are those bodies? No, just finds. Yeah, honestly, I imagine eventually we'll see people up there too. Yeah, extra armor, I think. Just if he had mitigation and like help him protect him versus small arms, it would help out a lot. The problem right now is it's like he gets whittled down, especially from drones, and you just eventually just collapse from just attrition. I was taking damage, Pixel, in some water, actually. Ow, 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 ow. Case in point, whittling. So yeah, they're supposed to abduct people too, right? So like the working theory is that like they abduct people and then inject them with whatever's in their fluid sacs. Thought being that either it's like a way to like liquefy their insides into biofuel, or they're laying eggs or stuff like that. It also would make it cool too, like for example here, when we actually get flamethrowers, being able to burn these nests down. That'd be a really cool kind of actual quest, right? That I can definitely see, like for example, Europa. That definitely being a quest they might have, they might give to a third party is like, hey, go deal with these drone nests. I don't want to deal with them. Here's a flamethrower. Go have fun. Yeah, it's probably a mix of water and just like, and honestly, wait. Is this water? This is kind of giving me gasoline vibes. Like, at first I thought it was water mixed with shit to make it not look like water, like murky, like swamp water. But it also, like, if you look at it, it looks kind of like gasoline. Which I don't think could be the case because it would probably be on fire. But yeah, it's probably water mixed with oils and other shit. It looks like fuel, but it probably couldn't just be fuel because otherwise it'd be just constantly on fire. Also, I want to see this eventually. Look how cool this thing looks. I want to see it. I'm very happy too. They mentioned in the Q&A that like next quarter we'll start seeing the new units come in.
Is a job for you humans.
It could be a mix of. It's why we could see a lot of refineries around too. For example, is it might just be this amalgamation of a lot of different fluids, and they pump it out to get filtered in different things and utilized in different things. Methane too, yeah. There's definitely a factor of like a lot of different small things. And like if you get to like the top part of the central dome, you can kind of see all of the pipes like branching out and going everywhere. You can kind of see it too, for example, if you go to the region map. So if we go to regions, like what these actually are, and it makes sense now, but these are all pipes, for example, right? And so they're pumping probably groundwater or like a bunch of different liquids from the below the surface up, and then sending them all off to different areas to get processed. Like you have a few refineries over here probably for some of it, and then you have some of it over here, and it might even actually like separate them here too. Separate the different like things and then pull it out. Yeah, there's definitely drones. All right. I haven't seen. So apparently there's also. Hey, Star Fury. Let us. Okay, that's one thing I want to do. Actually, let's go over to like Masked Man I wanted, so they updated the VFX on the SVD, silenced. I'm curious if they updated the actual gun to be more accurate now, or like less janky. It wasn't bad before aiming wise, but it wasn't perfect. Go to vendors, let's go to Bundleton, let's go ahead and buy jumps. Hey, Vivid. It's good so far. Gunhead's cool. The patch seems good so far. The AI systems are a bit weird right now. I will say playing gun-ho or like going very aggressive, you can draw a lot of attention very quickly if you're not careful, is what I'll say. Which is both a good thing and a weird thing. Like, it's not bad, it's just that it's different now and you need to get used to it. The biggest thing is it feels inconsistent to a degree. A pistol too. Regular sniper pistol. Should I fall frisk? All right, and then we have our SVD, we have our ace zone target. That should bring some nice meds in. Large items, our jump. And let's get some quests. Payback. That's definitely a big one we want. It's not cursed. What do you mean? We've actually tried it out. It's a good sniper rifle. Weirdly enough, the 87 target is actually a serviceable sniper rifle. We have sniped with it before, and it works pretty well. Is it perfect? No, but it does work. All right, where's our last quest? I can never remember who gives her a mentor. Close enough. All right. Friendly NPCs? No. Not really. There are new NPCs, like you can see the water scavs now on the new map, but there aren't really any friendly NPCs now. Yeah, it wasn't on Mesa, it was on, what's it called? Scorched Enclave. And it worked. Okay, so one big thing I want to see here right now is as Gunhead, we tried sneaking up on these two people over here, if they're still here. They usually spawn, but not always. They notice us or hurt us. Not here today? Yeah, fortunately not here today. Okay. I need to touch with other characters though. So like we tried, there's sometimes occasionally two infantry that will spawn there and be looking away from you, giving you a really easy stealth kill. We tried it with Gunhead, and they heard us when we were crouch walking up to them behind them. So it seems that like Gunhead might make some ambient noise, or that they just hear everyone now. Sneak past, yes, but you can execute one of them for free, which is kind of what we were hoping for, right? Okay, we have Euruscan mechs. Do we get the other mechs too here today? Or just Euruscans? Looks like only Euruscans. There might be a spawn later though. Sometimes if you go across the map, Europa medium mechs will spawn. Oh, VR mode? Oh man. Cows. All right. So we're looking for First things first. No. Well, that might just be fall off, actually. If I aim lower... No, it's just misaligned. Okay. It's just misaligned. So occasionally when you get toward the bunker, you'll have spawns of Europa medium mechs. Let's see if we can get a fight between these two. I want to basically see if these now have animations where they kill each other. I'm sorry, I have to try. Wait, actually... It does absorb the tracer. But nothing happens. Okay, got it. All right, let's head down. Unfortunately, yeah, no spawns. So occasionally you'll have payback spawn here. Did he die already, perhaps? There's a container there. And occasionally he'll spawn over there, but there's a container over there. Maybe he died. It is... I was looking for the tracer to be behind them, Pixel, and it didn't go behind them anymore after it collided with them, so I'm guessing it hit them. Thanks, thanks. If you didn't know, the balloons are birds. I have a video on it. I definitely didn't lose my mind making the video. Perfectly sane. Honestly, yeah. Just a little bit to bottom to the right. Yeah, yeah. Gives us, we were just on the new map earlier. It's good. The ambience is great. It's still definitely work in progress. There's a lot of pop-in on the new map right now, but it looks really good. It's got like the Stalker syndrome, for example. You played Stalker, where like things will, like textures and grass will just pop into the map. It's not like as bad as Stalker, but it's definitely present. Oh, so I'm curious. I'm getting murdered, right?
Too much heat.
Wait, do they have textures now? No, they're still in texture, I think. There you go, sir. So I want to see if occasionally when you get over to here, some medium mechs from Europa will spawn all the way down here. It's not always, but sometimes. I imagine after eating 154R in the air, it would immediately provide visual feedback of dying. 54R is a very spicy round, but yeah. The tracer was disappearing, but it wasn't taking any damage because it doesn't exist. Exo? Exo? I need to see the cyborgs too. I do think this is just anecdotally, by the way, but it does feel like they've made the animations a bit smoother farther away. Like, don't get me wrong, that's still not great, but I think we'll have to see cyborgs to see how actually good it is. I think one thing they might have done this patch is improve the fidelity of animations further away. There was a very aggressive LOD going on some of the animations when you're not that far away, so it might have been slightly improved. Is that EOD? Is that Tormentor? Hey, how's Amanda? I think that's kind of like the thing, right? Is like we're basically on the after effects of a pretty decently sized nuclear war, but like it's far enough in the past where It's not like yeah, it's far enough in the past where people are still living on the surface now. And it's like, yeah, it's the Forever Winter too. I think lore wise, right, there definitely is like the insinuation that nukes flew. I really wish I was Gunhead right now. I will say the animations definitely do feel a lot smoother now. Like the LOD might be as aggressive, but maybe they up the animation quality to be so much higher on the front end. The cyborgs definitely last patch felt not as smooth as that animation wise. Hold on, we can actually get a good context of this too if we go inside the crawler. Hey. Drone, stop droning, please. Yeah, the cyborg arms were very floppy last patch. Yeah, drones, like, there seems to be at least the precursors of a new AI system in place, like not fully fleshed out yet, but a precursor. We don't have enough meds for this. So like a lot of units are much more aggressive visually now. I don't think they do, nerd. I think when you sign up to be a cyborg for whatever reason, there's a lot of you basically sign away your life in some capacity. All right, I'm out of meds. I gotta fucking leave. And like, it definitely feels like you don't understand what you're fully signing up for when you become a cyborg. But I also think for like, it's hard to think of too when you have society this far gone, or like rather you have this many, what's it called? This many like AI factories producing things, or factories producing things. You probably don't have anywhere close to full employment. And so you have probably a lot of citizens who just don't have jobs or don't have homes or like live in, you know, government housing. Like, for example, what we learned from the NPC so far, right? For the bio-cities that they were raised in, for Yoruska, and maybe for Eurasia, they are basically raised as a stock. Like, they weren't raised to be human or, like, live their lives. They were, yeah, Lordos. They were raised to be basically a farm crop. And when it came harvesting time, they were harvested. And that could be the case for perhaps Eurasia too, right? They might have citizens who, like, it might not be the case, but they might also just view their citizens as that, right? Where like you get to 18 or 20 and then you are of age now to be a use to society in whatever capacity you find fit. It could be like an ASFAB, right? Like maybe when you hit a certain age for Eurasia, you have an ASFAB test, and only the tippy top get out of service, and the rest get turned into thralls. Like, make sure you do well on your SATs, kid. Otherwise, you're getting turned into one of these. Alright, yeah, I can't stay here anymore early. I'm basically dead. If I stay. Hey, we don't need to get into semantics, Ludroth, of why he's here with us now. We're the good guys. Yeah, yeah. So like you have your lower. He's big chillin'. Yeah, you have your lower rungs of society, right, YT, and Eurasia. And like the thing is, like, if you can find a job in the lower rungs, you might be okay. It's just that there probably are so few jobs to go around. It's kind of like Dread, right? For example, too, is like when you have so many things that are automated and so many people in a small area, like there's only so many jobs you can possibly have, and so you have massive unemployment. And that might be a stick with Eurasia, right? It's like, okay, so, you know, you're a citizen of Eurasia, you know, we might view you as cattle, but as long as you find a job, you're fine. But if you get to a certain age and you're unemployed, you know, we're going to conscript you. Yeah, he's chilling, big chilling. We saved him. Casts too, yeah, for sure. All right, so whatever box. Any cigarettes in here? I'll take the advanced med kit. Huh? All right. How many cigarettes do I have? I need so many more cigarettes. I need to murder so many more people. I kind of need to run it back too. I didn't get any of my kills yet. This is not the best map for doing this though. I still think probably the best map for farming cigarettes is probably mech trenches, and it's not even close. No, we're going back to Gunhead. We're taking breaks between Gunhead house because, like, Gunhead's not a character that feels great to play currently, especially solo. So we're just intermingling Gunhead in between other characters because you can't really fight that much as Gunhead. Like, we would have died 15 times over there. We can actually kind of get a gauge of endurance. We're gonna go to the classic. We're gonna see how well we can do in an area where we can't heal in massive combat over and over again. How much do I have? I have plenty of 50 cal. Though I really need a silenced gun here, so we're just gonna go over to probably just the M4. Actually, well, yeah, we'll the M4. M4 sounds great. Though, yeah, M4 sounds great. Yeah, like the two different thoughts that come to my head is either armor to like help absorb the small caliber rounds, meaning that you don't get as punished for chip damage, because the biggest thing is chip damage, right? So there's multiple different ways of approaching the issue, right? You could make it where like he has armor. You could make it that it takes a decent amount of time to actually heal. So like, as opposed to regular medkit where you can just like run and heal at the same time, maybe, you know, he has to like sit down and actually like weld armor plates on him. Oh yeah, thank you. Habit. Very much habit. Weld armor plates on him. Elevator Europa? Yeah, we can just spawn here, it's fine. And we're good. Other options doing too is you could maybe, yeah, you could not heal Gunhead, which is why we don't constantly play him, because you cannot take that many fights with him. There's a real endurance issue. So like slower or more tedious healing, no healing and armor, or you can do like a weird system too where maybe you have a blacked out bar and a gray bar, and maybe like it's not here's Quell. When they first mentioned this gimmick to you, by the way, Quell, I was thinking like, oh, they're not gonna have like I was thinking 4 to 5k. Like I was thinking a lot more HP than this, to be honest. A lot more. And he eventually gets to like what 4.25k at full prestige, but I was thinking way higher than the current start. Hanzo, there are certain rooms, especially on the new map now, that you need to have the drill to open. So it's basically a lockpick. Phase, it starts at 2.25k. So it's way more by a large margin than any other character, but like, considering the chip damage you take, you will get eventually just worn out. So yeah, we have armor, but no healing. We have healing, but very slow and tedious, like welding armor plates back onto you, right? And that could be a thing too. For example, if they went the armor route, what they could do, they could have 2 HP pools. You could have an armor pool and a systems pool. And so you start out with an armor pool, and the armor pool is only the thing you can repair. And then you have the systems pool. And it could be a case, right, where you can only repair the armor, like, tediously, you're out of combat, or take some time to repair the armor plates on you. Like, you have to visibly, like, replace the armor on you. But the systems damage you take, you cannot repair out of in raid. And so if you're in prolonged combat, you want to end combat quickly. If you take these large fights, if you get down to systems HP, you have issues where you cannot recover that HP anymore. And perhaps too, you could have scenarios where the more systems damage you take, the more perhaps glitchy or detrimental effects you feel on him. Though I personally like death spirals like that. I know it's iffy. Death spirals are not really for everyone, but I kind of like them. It kind of gives you feedback that I'm feeling a lot worse now. Another gotcha, just in the middle of nowhere. I do hope they put them in high volume. Like, it's just weird that they're... I guess it's anti-farm, but yeah, I think the best thing they could probably do is break up, or like, basically healable HP and non-healable HP, and letting you heal some of your HP, but make it a lot harder to do than other characters. Can I shoot you now, by the way? Nope. Wait, did they hear a sound? Were they reacting to a silenced gun, or they just saw me, perhaps? Maybe they just saw me. As long as you're abusing cover, though, it works out pretty well. So, Nerd One, apparently, I think he's either a mech pilot or an Orgamech. And they're basically, he's a Ruskin. It's been captured by Europa. And the quest giver is hiring you to kill him so that he can't have his either data downloaded or, like, you know, interrogated, right? You're basically killing a prisoner. This is a Euruskin, and yeah. Dead man can't tell tales, essentially. That's cool though, Pixel. It definitely seems like the case too. Let's actually... I need to take the data heist quest too, because it seems like data heist does the exact same thing, Pixel, where if you do data heist, it actually aggroes the guys downstairs. Which is cool, just not well telegraphed at the moment. It makes sense, but also because they can't path up the stairs, it just feels really weird. That staircase is probably the culprit, though. Oh, Nerd One, from Ludros, or Lordros, it definitely feels like Orgamechs are kind of like 40k dreadnoughts. Okay. I will say too, this is unfortunate, but like, I do like... I do really like the tension not being able to heal. Kind of, it makes you play more tactically. It's just that there's so many situations where, like for example right there, like I made sure I took cover first before I fought, so I had cover so I didn't get shot, or if I did get shot, I hit the cover instead. But there's so many areas in between these decisions where I'm like, or like these choices where you just get punished for like no reason other than transit or luck. Like for example, the drones. The drones are probably one of the biggest culprits, to be honest. Yeah, don't worry. Like Lordros, Lordros, it's too close. Yeah, this is definitely a map too. Like, seeing the verticality, speak of the devil and they shall appear. Seeing this map too gives me a lot of hope in the future for a lot more verticality. Am I getting shot from really that high above me? Yeah, I think it has a bit too much base, but like, it's a good starting point. It is a silencer on the gun. I'll live another day, yeah. Thankfully, we haven't been, like, actually ambushed yet, so we're fine. I do need to find some more soldiers for cigarettes, though. Yeah, we played the new map earlier. It's good, it's good. It has a lot of drones on it, though. 100% nerd. That's probably, like, the thing that we can explore, too. That's, like, easy expansions for a lot of the maps are indoor areas. I, for example, would love to see a bunker beneath the bunker on Mesa. Like, I would love to see, like, a giant complex of tunnels and rooms beneath the bunker on Mesa. And perhaps even, too, like, there's that giant dead area on Mesa, like, between the bunker and the overpass. It'd be really cool to have, like, a breach there, perhaps, and, like almost like a hole was dug there, or like a hole, like a big bomb was blown up, to like uncover the bunker there. And perhaps you had, like, you know, a bunch of dead drones around too. Rope down would be cool too. Roping down would be cool also. Exploring like forges and stuff like that. Well, nothing's showing up, so I guess we're leaving. So maybe that's a concept too, I will say. Having cover is probably a big necessity too, right? Like, you need to have mitigation.
Safe and sound.
I know they want to act more like small factions like that too, right? And technically speaking, we've had a small faction per patch. October patch, we had cultists. This patch, we had water scavs. Water scavs were in the patch before, but not implemented yet. So we get like a small faction per patch. Give it a few months, it'll definitely feel fleshed out. I will say though, like, keep in mind, next quarter is probably going to be a quarter. For example, we're going to get one patch. Yeah, you only really find them in the underground cemetery during the night shift, but they do exist. But like, if their cadence is one patch every 2 months, like, our next patch will probably be the end of February, I imagine. Though, I honestly, considering the holidays, I would probably say I don't want to say expect, but I would start ballparking the next patch to be around, like, March. Yeah, Vine Bros. It's good so far. The new aggro seems a bit, I'm unsure of how it works so far, so that's probably my main kind of, it feels weird. Because it just feels a bit, it's hard to understand it currently. It's hard to I'm not getting feedback right now on what is causing me to essentially get shot. So it's weird on figuring out, like, what are the conditions of, like, how do I not get murdered? Let's say, let's spawn an injection. Let me fix my Europa rec real quick. Hanzo, no, not really. We've had updates to the the SFX for the SVD silence and the M4 silence, but other than that, there wasn't much gun stuff this time around. All right, and then we were fixing our rep with Grillo. We only need level 2. How would you like 171 energy bars? He didn't move an inch. Glue guns? Okay, he did like glue guns. Should I bring a few of these and see if they work? I kind of don't think they will. Hold on. I don't even think I can pick them up, right? I don't think I can actually select them even here. Yeah, I can. Womp womp. Oh wow. And we're gonna go to regions. We're gonna go. Come on. There we go. Yeah, so Van Barros, the thing we've noticed so far is that like the visual aggro. So two things. The visual aggro seems to be much bigger now for regular units. The second thing too, there's a lot more instances, it feels like, of combat rolling over. So say for example, if hold on. DLSS. Say for example, right, if we form a triangle, right, we have, say for example, a Eurasian drone, a European drone, and then we have a us, right, and we're off to the side not fighting. If the Europa drones and the Eurasian drones fight each other and the winner wins, what seems to happen is that fight will roll over to us, even if we're not fighting yet, and that unit will come over and start shooting us instead. I don't know the probabilities, Dokova, in regards to increases. It says it increases. I don't know by how much, and I haven't seen a invasion yet. So, and Gunhead can't revive in multiplayer. Yeah, once Gunhead is dead, he's dead. So you have your HP bar. Once that's gone, you're gone. You ain't coming back.
One day they won't need us, but not today.
So guys, the thing with Gunhead is Gunhead can carry, like Gunhead has access to everything. He has access to every gun in the game. It seems like every rig in the game. He has a gun for a head. It's all of just the downside being is you can't heal. And he's noisy. It seems that like even when he's trying to be stealthy, he just attracts attention. It would be cool if Gunhead could interface with other robots. It would be interesting. Or for example, if Gunhead like would go out of his way to like critique or like chastise other robots like drones or the turrets. What I currently think is it's a new AI system being layered upon the old system, and we're seeing kind of the weird interactions of those. It feels like they're kind of placing the systems that we saw on Cemetery Grabber on top of the newer or the older AI model, and they just perform weirdly together. Isn't like Shaman, for example, right, shown multiple times interfacing with computers and kind of doing technical stuff? I imagine it'd be Shaman, right? Maybe Scav Girl too. I do have to mention though too, like, shout out to Fun Dog. They did provide me with information for the video for Gunhead. So like all of the stuff in the Gunhead video is canon, by the way. So like Gunhead was like originally a construction bot. He like the chassis was originally from construction that they placed guns on, and then they updated that to just be Gunhead. And like that's kind of the whole gimmick too, is right, is like you have this really old version of a robot that's basically been patched over and over and over again to be this combat bot now. But it's glitchy because it has all of these old lines of code, for example, right, that it's written over that are still there in the legacy code, or in like the I don't believe you're on the floor. I don't think you belong there. Oh no, they were on the floor. They were on the pipe. I do actually weirdly hope enough too. I do like it would be cool to come here and do things on the computers. Okay, now bear with me here. It would probably have too steep of a learning curve. And would require, like, so if any of y'all played Lethal Company, the terminal on Lethal Company is actually really cool. It's confusing at first, but once you start learning how the terminal works in Lethal Company, it's actually really cool and really immersive. And I really like the minigame they have for hacking, but I also would really love, like, if we could access terminals in game and like actually have to interface with them. It might be a bit too convoluted and a bit too much for a game like this, but I think it would be immersive and cool to like have to like go up to a terminal and start like typing in inputs and hacking. Or just like querying stuff, right? Like that could be a really cool gimmick of like learning different commands and learning different names and callouts of ways of querying information. Like using the world building in game and things you see in game to start querying things on databases you find around. It could be a really cool way of doing lore. Because like naturally, right, it's an empty terminal, so you don't know what to query. But like as you play the game and learn things and get drops or information from either characters or quests or things you find in raid or things you see in raid, like on maps, you start learning things to query and different commands to use. Man, yeah. I do eventually think we're going to see the ability to close and open doors for other characters. Because it is quite interesting and funny. Eat Gunhead. Anyway. They're visually really cool. I will say they can be, there's definitely, it's work in progress. So like, as you saw right there, there is some pop-in. They're still working on it. Now, I really like the map aesthetically, and I like the pacing of the map. Yeah, 8 out of 10 Frozen Swamp is kind of how I feel like about it right now, too. I really like the pacing and the size of the map. Like, I like going to areas and like looting things and not immediately being able to extract, right? There being some like actual journey during the raid. So for example, Mech Trench has that issue, right? Where you can just like, you can do 2-minute, 3-minute raids on Scorched Enclave and Mech Trench by running in, grabbing a few things and leaving. Might be harder now, but we'll have to see. But this map, for example, like even when I spawn in the center of the map and go to the exit, there is this kind of risk to the map, right? Where the drones can be a giant risk, or the units can be a giant risk. And the visual aesthetic too just looks really cool. And it kind of is like world building wise too, right? It actually like looks really interesting also because it shows like, oh, there's actually a plentiful amount of liquid here. It might not be water, but at least it is liquid, right? Like we have this giant fields, and considering this is called the injector apparently, like this is just like a massive fracking facility, right? And it could just be fracking up not just water, but everything down below. Mostly probably water, right? And it would also explain all the black little marks on the city being actually pipes. Yeah, liquid. It's liquid of some form. I don't say water because it's probably not just water. It's probably a lot of different things. Yeah, what the frack? But yeah, that's the inherent risk of Gunhead, by the way. Like, after 3 to 4 drone engagements, you're basically just out of HP at that point. Drones just shred down in general. Like, drones are pretty accurate now. Now, I will say, eventually, it seems like they should be removing the functionality of drones to shoot, of those drones to shoot. Right now, it just seems placeholder. The European drones and the Eurasian drones have the same logic of how they operate. They have different animations just for, like, floating, but, like, logic-wise, they both have central mounted guns that turn around and shoot, basically. They're essentially identical. However, the model of the Eurasian drones does not have a gun on it. It actually is only meant to abduct and carry things away, or have melee attacks, right, or stinger attacks. So eventually, I imagine they'll eventually have the functionality where the drones can either melee attack you with their stinger, or they carry you, try to carry you back outside the map to their nests, where then they inject you with their stinger. All right, let's try like I want to try this one more time too. I want to get a good gauge. First off, let me go back to the M4 real quick and make sure that it has a flashlight on it. I think it does. Oh, we can just bring a rig flashlight too. I'm sure I have plenty of them. So I want to make sure this is not a fluke. We tried doing this earlier. I'm just not sure if this is how it's supposed to function or not. I need to find out. So we're going to back to Mesa streets. So we tried sneaking up before to do an execution with Gunhead. It did not work. They heard us and turned around and started murdering us. So I want to see if it's intentional or just a fluke that time.
It is as you humans say, a good day.
Okay, so yeah, we have our 2 patrolmen right here guarding the way. They're turned around us. They shouldn't see us. It's 17 meters. 15. Okay, so they don't have, like, they don't instantly hear us, but it seems if you get too close, they definitely hear you. It looked like around 12 meters, maybe 10 meters, depending. Yeah, I was trying to see if it, like, maybe was sound or something like that, but it seems like, yeah, 12-ish meters. So as long as you give them a wide berth and you're trying to be stealthy, it's fine, but, like, if you're having to, like, cut it close, definitely seems like they're gonna figure out where you are. Hold on. Okay, I can turn on a light and go back to my gunhead. That's nice. Wait, where's the... Okay, the rig's over there. Okay. Yeah, so we need to go test another character too after this House of Mana, because I didn't try other characters yet. So I wonder if it's just this guy, because he is noisy if you listen to him, right? Like, it makes sense for him to be a noisy boy. We'll have to see other characters, though, and see if they're noisy. He's a big-ass robot. Like, it makes sense to me, like, that, yeah, we can't be stealthy with him. Hey, Game Shift. So, Gunhead, new map, kind of performance/visual clarity update a bit. Kind of just, like, a little bit extra stuff here and there. It's a good content patch. About the same size, I would say, as the other patch. A little bit more because of Gunhead. You can automate your water delivery now in your innards at the cost of having to defend your base occasionally. We haven't seen a base defense yet, but I imagine we'll see it eventually. I did buy all the upgrades for that. So basically the trade-off is you can have water delivered to your base, and I think you get to a certain point where it's self-sustaining. You don't have to worry about your water stability anymore when your progress getting wiped. The downside is, though, is you have a chance of getting invasions from water scavs. So you have to defend your innards ever so often, right? From these scavengers. I don't know how frequent it is yet. And there's a vault now, too. The vault is basically a way of you stashing away stuff and credits in case your account gets wiped. So say, for example, if you run out of water or you fail a base defense, I think you get wiped at that point. And so your vault is a way of stashing stuff away that's safe from that wipe. And I'm not sure how many credits can be. Ludroth was saying 1 million. I didn't check. But it's up to 10 items. So you can like store 10 guns, 10 medikits, or 10 something, right, inside of that. And it seems to be quantity independent. So it's not like all of your advanced medkits. It's 1 advanced medkit per slot. So if you bring 10 advanced medkits, that's your entire vault. I didn't try rigs, though. I wonder if you can stash rigs in there. That would be definitely a big thing to want to be able to save, but I guess money's a way of doing that too, right?
Remove my safety.
Just store 10 guns. Can you stash rigs in there or no? Yeah, I would store rigs then. Store like the equipment runner rig, maybe your pack mule, and then a bunch of weapons. Oh, just rig parts? Okay. Yeah, and I do hope too, we'll have to see what it looks like when we get it. I wouldn't mind for them to like expand the innards a bit to actually facilitate much more of defense missions, because it would be really cool to defend, like have a wave defense against water scavs. Or cyborgs. I imagine... What I imagine happens, Game Shift, is probably like you get a raid when you come back in and you have to defend when you come back into the game. So say, for example, if you automate your water delivery and it's self-sustaining, you come back in like a month or 2 later, you probably have to defend your base from water scavs. I wonder if it's just a flat chance then. Like, could I gamify it by just like logging in, logging out over and over again? Or is it actually data dependent or time? It might be clock dependent too. I could try like moving my clock over, like forward like 2 or 3 months and see if I trigger it. I actually imagine if you want to level up Gunhead, this is probably the place to do it. This is like one of the few areas where, as long as you're being, you know, responsible, you don't have to care about the chip damage. Like, farming on mech trenches is fine, but mech trenches has the issue where you get shot back occasionally. Technically here, as long as you're not being belligerent, you should never get hit. This is probably like the best place to farm experience, I imagine, for Gunhead, just because of that one fact. You could just do Scrapyard Nexus too, just in and out doing the defense at the extract, but Yes, my head is indeed a gun. Oh, I get what you're saying. I should use my head as a gun. Why use M4? Unfortunately, I don't think we can actually restock our head. Yeah, I am excited to see like the RPK eventually. I imagine it's probably be like the best freaking weapon. Alright, there's HKs. Yeah, lots of alcohol on these guys. Imagine being turned into a cyborg, being deployed into warfare, being inside this crawler, and getting murdered by Bob the Builder bot with a gun. Damn shame. How are you? Yeah, like, I'm getting murdered by Bob the Builder. Hey. It's AI photography. There is no PvP in the game, and there shouldn't ever be, according to the devs. Like, maybe if they stop development, they can do PvP in the future for like mods. Like, a mod developer could make it, but like, this is not like a regular. This is only PvE. And I think too, it's wise for it to be PvE only. There's plenty of PvP extraction shooters. Having a PvE one in the space is kind of like a refreshing thing. Game shift, the ability to heal. We cannot heal as Bagman, or as what's it called? As the guy with a gun on the head, Gunhead. Yeah. Like, once we take damage, that's how it is. You don't need, you can play, I play it solo all the time. The game does change depending on if you have players or not. Like, the game, like, there'll be more enemies and, you know, more fights and so on and so forth if you have, you know, if you're playing co-op. But you don't need to play co-op too. You can perfectly play it solo. The game is a very atmospheric game, and so, like, being a solo scavenger, looting for supplies, definitely fits the vibe perfectly well too. And like, there are, it's PvE co-op, so you can't just join lobbies with other players in it and play with them too. They actually did add VoIP too. Also, that's a bug. Wait, is that a glitch from damage, or I wonder if that's actually intentional. It's going away, which kind of makes you think it's going away. So right now, his skill tree is literally just every expert weapon in the game. Like, he has a skill perk, or like a skill tree for every weapon in the game for expert, so extra accuracy. And then his top tree is his guns. So he starts with APC-9 Pro default. That goes to an AK. That goes to an RPK. And the final is the AA-12. I could see that being the case. So I think for me, the way, yeah, no rig unlocking is huge. I think they've kind of learned that lesson where people don't enjoy that. Maybe I just was loud enough. So one big thing, I think we need to have 2 different HP bars for what's it called? For what's it called? 2 different HP bars for why can't I say Gunhead's name? It's so easy to say. His head is a gun, his name is Gunhead. So I think we have 2 different HP bars for Gunhead. So like basically a systems bar and an armor bar, right? And so one of those pools is unhealable. You cannot heal your systems in raid, but you can heal your armor. And so in raid, you could perhaps like replace your armor plates when they get damaged as a way of healing, if you will. But whenever you take systems damage, you cannot repair that. So there is the inevitability of like eventually you will die if you do not get out of raid, but there is some repairability aspect. I think like, because I do like the tension that having a finite HP pool kind of brings, right? But I think having a, like, he starts at 2 low HP currently for that. Or at least like with the current drones in the game, right? The drones just do too much damage consistently right now. We're leaving, we're too low. Game shit, I thought about that too, right? Losing an arm, losing a leg. Like the oh shit, Gunhead's lost an arm, he needs to run, he can't use a gun anymore. Yeah, considering it doesn't exist currently in the game, it'd probably be done from scratch, right? So that's the biggest thing. Sort of, kind of, yeah, Balu. Like, he's high risk, high reward. Like, the best way I can phrase it too is he feels like fire support, right? He is not supposed to be a like tank. He is supposed to be a guy that can use all the guns. Okay, I need to leave. If I can get packed this past this exit, I'll be fine. All right, let's try to be as stealthy as we possibly can. The HQs on us will be an issue. I just need to get down without dying. I think I can do over here, actually. Yeah. All right, wait for the next to go back up. I don't think so, but we can try to make sure. So weirdly enough, I actually do want the drones to spawn here and not anything else. Yeah, that could be a thing too. It would make Gunhead exclusively like a co-op character, which is fine. No, this is an extraction point that's been here. It's just it's one of the ones you get for spawning at the city ruins as opposed to, sorry, not city ruins, but the towers as opposed to city ruins. No, no. No, no. Why? Why? See, so that was the instance, by the way, for example, where I was talking about earlier with the triangle, the combat triangle, where, you know, squad A is is fighting squad B, and we are just a person off to the side, squad C, and it seems for whatever reason the combat rolls over, or the aggro rolls over now, where after that fight will roll over to you. So technically speaking, I mean, I don't think they should know we're there. We're using a silenced gun. It does sound loud, but we were using a silenced gun. It's just weird. Like, I did the best I can there to considering the circumstances, but at the same time, it feels like there's that weird system now involves, like, you basically get third-partied a lot now, where they finish, the squad that finishes the first fight rolls over to you immediately right afterward, right? I don't know how to explain it better than that. It's just, it feels weird right now. Like, maybe they saw me, or maybe they just rolled over naturally. It just seems that, yeah. It's not even Sixth Sense in that regard. Like, the AI would never do that in previous systems or previous iterations of it. It just seems for right now, like, if there's two squads fighting, if you're nearby, they will, before dropping aggression, immediately roll over to you. And the biggest thing I'll say is like the most out of everything, it's mainly just the lack of indication that the diamonds are something, right? But like there's nothing jumping between. There's no auditory or visual indicators that give you a clue or give you the reasoning why they are going from fighting this squad immediately to murdering you. See you, Hanzo. Thanks for stopping by. Like, if there was like a voice line or a radio crackle, or like if the goal was they search the area after combat for other threats, that would be something. No, they definitely have. Fuck YouTube. They definitely have. Like, the strides they've made are great so far. Yeah, like that I mentioned that earlier too, FaZe. Like, if it's kind of the two systems conflicting a bit, FaZe. If they removed the diamond, it'd be much more okay in my head if that's just how it functions now. The red diamond almost is a disservice to have now in some capacity. Like, if I play without the HUD and just assumed if they can see me, they are going to shoot me, it feels a lot different than opposed to having the HUD say that only the red diamonds will shoot you, because that's definitely not the case now. Gunhead plays nice. He's got access to every gun in the game. The downside is you can't heal, and so you're kind of like a weapons platform that has a very limited lifespan. I kind of, weirdly enough, I kind of like the idea of probably just playing Gunhead without the HUD, because you just assume you don't have a lot of HP, right? Considering your Gunhead, just assume that you have you have 2.2k HP. You can't heal, so it always goes downhill from there. So Aiden, he starts at 2.25k, which is very good for level 1. He's essentially a mobile turret, yeah. Yeah, that looks well too. I kind of want to see the other side also. I know we get this side explored pretty well, but let's go to the other side too and see what we can see. But I think the biggest thing is like the UI almost honestly feels like it's lying now. I think that the basic disconnect is like the information the UI is presenting about the current state of aggression from other enemy AI units feels misleading. And that's the biggest disconnect right now. Like, it's not malicious, it just feels, yeah, misleading. The red diamonds don't help, they hurt now. The map does look really good though. I wonder if I can get up there actually. Where do you start at? I do like the verticality. If we can get up there too. I love the idea of different areas to explore with verticality. Oh, the hip area? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Like, it's a pretty, like, thin bot. It's not, like, a beefy boy by any means. Yeah, I mean, like, I definitely feel like people are gonna have a love-hate with Gunhead just because of his lack of healing. It's gonna feel really harsh. His lack of healing and no revives makes him extremely punishing. Way more than any other character by a large margin. You do get, like, every possible upside they can give you, though, for that. Like, every rig, every gun. there's not much more they can give you, right? They gave you a decent amount of HP. And that might be their first reaction to, like, any, if they get a lot of criticism about Gunhead, is, like, giving him more HP as a stopgap. Personally, I weirdly thought, like, when they first said he can't heal, that they start him around 5k. So to have basically half of that, it's like, yeah, that's fair. Maybe somewhere in the middle. Maybe 3k, just... Or some ways of, like, mitigating chip damage is the biggest thing. I don't know, there's so many different ways of approaching. I do like the tension it creates, though, right? There's a real tension here with Gunhead that you don't have on other characters. Yeah, I think that that tension's a little bit needed too, right? I'm not sure if you can get up there or not. I mentioned it before. I do really want more parkour spots. Like optional spots to navigate the map with like pneumatic jumps. Like if we had a platform to get up there with pneumatic jumps, I'd be all down, right? Like please, 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 please give me like ways of platforming. Yeah, no, that's a good way of putting it too. It's like you want the extra challenge kind of character. I want to go over there actually, but do I need to go around first? Let's top down. Yeah, there's LFG channels and official discords. We'll probably do a eventually. I'll eventually probably open up the lobby and play like either tomorrow or Saturday with some players. But for right now, it's definitely just exploring it and feeling for the new patch. I know they definitely were talking about like riot gear and stuff like that, or equipments like handheld and stuff. Will this kill me? Maybe. I know the deep water does hurt. Let's go over this way. Riot shields are like war gear like that, or like, yeah, just armor plates, stuff like that. Ballistic shields. Halo, in regards to like aesthetic, 100%. It definitely feels like for a lot of games, aesthetic is one of like the less focused on parts, which is fair because like like artists are expensive and having a lot of artists is really expensive, and AAA devs don't. I'd probably I imagine there's probably issues with having more artists than like, you know, other areas, but the ambiance of having all of these like cool little pieces is really nice. All right, let's not fight these guys. So I'm not sure if he's a stealth kill. He might. I'm curious of how he pulled off. It probably requires a distraction, right? Because as we noticed on Mesa, when we get to about 10 to 12 meters behind someone, we draw their attention. So we would need like a sizable distraction to actually distract for us, which we might be able to find eventually, but it will probably be a suicide mission to figure out if he has a stealth kill or not. Before we go up here, I actually want to explore more over here. We know this one we can go inside. What are you? That's probably out of bounds. No, I don't think I've actually fully explored over there, so let's go head over there. Is there a light just right here? Chilling? Wait. Wait, hold on. I can see where it starts from. There's a floating light right here they've used to illuminate this hole. Maybe they didn't think people would come up here. But there's literally, you can kind of see where it starts, right? There's a floating light. Another platform I want to go onto. There's so many platforms on this map I want to explore. Oh my god, imagine if this map could flood and like you could actually had a platform like with like an Elden Ring kind of vibe to it, with like the flooded and unflooded versions of areas. Like imagine if this map flooded and you had to like jump across and like basically like parkour around the map. Imagine if this map flooded and there was actually like water units. Down we go. Sewer gators, yes, sewer gators, cyborg gators. You don't see me. He's a very slow boy. Yeah. Just give him a jump. That's probably their constraint too, just being worried about like slurkers like Bagman, but you can plan around that too. Like you give them like slower routes versus faster routes. What are you guys? Elites? Hey DJ. Yeah, radiation like weather effects too, like like acid rain, other weather effects, or like just effects like artillery strikes, you know, bombing strikes. They definitely mentioned bombing strikes too, but very cool stuff to see in the future. Oh, Grens, yeah. He plays so far like the biggest caveat, right? You get access to everything. The downside is you can't heal. So like it's really just a question of can you keep yourself alive when you don't get the ability to heal. And it turns out to be quite hard, actually. Everyone dead? Did I come here for nothing? Guess the answer is yes. His total HP starts out as 2.25k. So quite a lot more than any of the starting character, but like you definitely, it goes by quickly. My guesstimate is right now we're probably at like 600, 700 HP. My guesstimate, let's find out. We took a lot at the start. Called it. And I will say, that is one nice thing about it too, is once you get a gauge of how much HP you lose, because you can't heal, you can actually play with no HUD on and be okay. Because you can't heal, you have a good basis of what your HP will be. Alright, let's try and leave. Unlike other characters, right, where you can use medkits while you can't see your HP, you kind of lose track of where your HP is, unless you're at max. This character, because it, you know, it's always just you get whittled down. You have a good idea. Yeah, I know. I mean, earlier too, right, with the walking pipes over here, not being able to go up them, or going up there, but yeah, there's no wrong problem with that. I like the little bit more immersion from no HUD. There's the giant skull. I'm curious, is this closed off? It is closed off, okay. Hey, where do you go to exactly? So, weirdly enough, GameShift, there is a video on my channel now that released today, and it is the canonical lore of Gunhead. It's not very long. It's basically just a reading off of a log, but that is canon. And so Gunhead was originally... Gunhead's basically if you took a construction bot, slapped a gun on it, and just kept upgrading that one model over and over and over again. It's why apparently he's so glitchy, is because it's basically just a bunch of legacy code built on top of over and over and over again. Bug that loses read parts on accessible extract. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I'll try to keep that in mind if I leave, but I've been dying enough too where it's hard for me to tell. Yeah, he'll do what he did with Diablo 4 and PoE, where he cheated to the top and then claimed that he was the best. He'll buy a pre-farmed Foreverwinter account and being like, I'm the best player in Foreverwinter, like all my stuff. Alright, out we go. I know they are doing an art book, right? I don't know, like they are currently in talks, or they were in talks with a publisher or like a company for their art book. So like it's on the way. We don't have an idea when it's coming, but it is coming. Yeah, I'm really, ultimately, I have to say, I feel conflicted because the not being able to heal definitely does solve a problem in the game where it adds tension back to the game for more veteran players. At the same time, it feels too draconian. So I'm torn. Because I both like the system, but like, except the system actually has some flaws too, right? It feels like. Or rather, it could just be the case too, where the current implementation of Gunhead doesn't fit the implementation of the other characters. And it could just not be that Gunhead's the issue, it could be the fact that the healing in the game is the issue, right? Like how easy and prevalent and common healing is in the game for the other characters makes Gunhead feel bad because the other characters are way too strong in that regard. Because it is kind of common the trope, right, where like if you have an advanced medkit, you basically can't die. You just keep popping them. All right, let's get our AK variant going. You cost 10k. We're pretty far away from you. I wonder how many rounds. So we get 200 with you. We get 150 with you. I wonder if we're gonna have more or less rounds with the RPD. Yeah, like I like the tension it introduces back into the combat and the game. It makes it feel much more Survivor-esque. At the same time, the very much contrasting feel other characters have just makes it feel not right. But that could just be the other characters not being right. What gun I haven't run in a while? I don't really have 308 at all, so I can't do that. I could do the saw. I do still have plenty of 5.56. I need to go over to 5.45 though for a while. I'm getting low on ammo. Yeah, the Stalker 2 update was like, that's just how Unreal 5 is. That's just, yeah, that's just how Unreal 5 is, right? Because it uses multiple different packs, and because in a single, like, a single item might be stored across multiple different packs. Like, the model might be stored in one pack, the code for that model might be stored in another pack, for example, right? And because, you know, you have one model being updated, or one unit being updated to go across all these different packs to update it, and it just leads to very massive download sizes, which is very unfortunate. for players on slower internets. And also, like, too, I'm not a big fan either because I don't enjoy having to write 80 gigs every patch to my SSD. It destroys the lifespan, right? Wait. Yeah, wrong gun. Like, I don't particularly enjoy writing that many files to my SSD consistently every week or two. Because moving SSDs is a bitch, at least in my opinion. I do not enjoy having to move over all my files to an SSD. Oh yeah, no, we did it earlier in Ashen Mesa, right, with the grenade launcher. When the tanks die now, they go to the moon. They go straight to the skies. We should do some more quests too, actually, because I know a few of the quests changed, right? What quests do we want to do, though? I'm curious if they fixed these two, actually, the Merkavas. I think you can do it before, actually, though. What quests have we haven't done water. Oh, we need to do that map. We need to find... You don't matter. All right, let's pick up this one. This probably doesn't still work because they probably didn't include what's it called yet. They were talking about Q1 being the first instance of them introducing new units. So I doubt we're gonna see this work yet, but I am curious. Secret loot box I already tried. I couldn't get it. I didn't see anything on Scorched Enclave. Did not see anything. But there's one more I want to try too. I need to find where it is. I can't remember who gives the quest. Is it you? Red Baron we tried too. The box definitely didn't spawn near Red Baron, so it might have spawned somewhere, but it wasn't nearby. Who gives the quest for the water map? I literally cannot recall. There's Memento, which we can pick up. There we go. Hidden Water Part 1. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. All right, we're good. So yeah, when we spawn streets, we get an extract for over by here too. If we spawn ruins, we do not get this extract. Unfortunately, Gunhead does not have an animation. So every character in the game has a unique animation for petting the dog, except for Gunhead. He has the prompt to touch dog, the pet dog, but not actually any. Wait, hold on, can I? Wait, no, not on the carpet, not on the carpet. Well, yeah, we can't pet dog as Gunhead, unfortunately. Probably don't have animation yet. I imagine that they will eventually get animation. I do eventually want to see a dog companion, by the way, and I would love to have like a pack of them. Imagine if we had like Gunhead plus a pack of dogs.
It is as you humans say, a good day.
All right, I want to see if this is consistent too. So at 12 meters, we made sound. I'm curious too. Let's get to 12. I want to see if it's just me moving that causes it, or me actually making sound effects from moving too quickly. Nope, it's just me moving. Hey Delta, how's it going? You don't think the dog at camp is augmented? Have you seen the dog at camp? It's literally got red specks over it. It's like red cybernetic like specks over its skin. Look very close. Look very close. It's got red eyes too, I think, right? It's got like cybernetic parts and sure. Gunhead's good. He's got I'm torn on my insights on Gunhead at the moment. I am conflicted. So demo, it seems that all maps now have the random element of gotchas. So every map now can just have gotchas spawn in random spots on the map. So like basically the code that was applied to the Scorched Enclave to spawn gotchas now is on every map. I watched parts of it, yeah. I didn't see every single part of it. I was busy like going live and also doing video things at the same time. But I will be watching it after the stream. I'm kind of curious where the water... I feel like the map would spawn here, right? If it did. Explosives. What are you? Was this the MRE pack he was talking about? Interesting. So, okay, this is what he was talking about. The MRE pack. A group of MRE packs, like, as an item. Oh, okay, that makes sense now. So Gun Chat was basically mentioning like this right here, a pack of MREs. If I could zoom in, I would. It's a dog. Yeah, pack of MREs with like a dog flexing on the front. Yeah, Game Shift, the glories of a new patch. Really? That might be my first time ever seeing one, actually, then. Alright, if I was a map, where would I be? See, that's the weird inconsistent element too, right? Like, instances like that are what confuses me about other instances, right? Because sometimes they'll just like straight start shooting you without the indicator, and sometimes they'll like be looking right at you and like wait for the entire squad to regroup before they aggro. It feels inconsistent, and it confuses me. Like, if they were just right there and immediately started shooting me, I'd be okay with that. But because they don't, and sometimes they do, it just feels very weird. It's just all random. It's the same kind of logic they have for Scorched Enclave, where we'll just randomly spawn the floor somewheres. See, Game Shift, have fun in Stalker 2. Hey. You're saying no, the gotchas do not spawn in random spots? Wait, elaborate. Oh, it's like in real life. Yeah, you're being pedantic. Got it. No. So the gotchas spawn in Scorched Enclave. Before this patch, they would only spawn in set locations on Scorched Enclave, and then there was the original. So the original gotcha cases would spawn on Scorched Enclave in certain spots, not consistently all the time, but you could do a route on Scorched Enclave and find gotchas consistently. They removed that for a while and then added in a new system where they would just spawn in different spots on the floor somewhere, anywhere in the map. And it was still only Scorched Enclave. They have now applied that to every map, it seems like, where every map has a chance for just a gotcha container to be on the floor in a random spot. That's what it seems like so far. Yeah, and Quinto, we cannot heal as Gunhead. No healing allowed. It's about the same. Maybe a little bit better in regards to animation quality at long distances, but it's not. It feels better, but we'll have to see. We really need an Ashen Mesa Eclipse to see how bad or good it is with the cyborgs. Like, anecdotally, it feels a bit smoother with animations, but I can't tell for sure until getting like a very long distance render of cyborgs. Not that I've noticed, Napalm, like, there's not really any DR in the game currently, it's just HP pools. So he gets more HP at the start to compensate for his inability to heal. But keep in mind, too, when advanced medkits heal for like 800 HP, and we bring in like 10 of them a raid, like, we're healing for like thousands and thousands of HP a raid as other characters, right? And so it nearly does not come as close, it feels like, to like the HP pool we have as Gunhead does not come anywhere close to the amount of healing we can potentially get as other characters. Hey, fun dog. We are doing well. Hey, Prom. It's going well. Playing around with Gunhead. Enjoying the new tank physics. Go to the moon. You know you want to. Fly. Despawn, okay. I will say, if you haven't seen it yet, we did it earlier in the stream. Definitely go blow up a tank with a grenade launcher and enjoy the results. It's quite fun to watch. I do not. Well, no, it seemed like when it died, something weird would happen where like it would like preserve the momentum and it would start cascading. Not only Gunhead, we have taken breaks from Gunhead. I think I've kind of tapered my playstyle a bit for Gunhead to make it for the fact he can't heal. But no, yeah, it's been a good mix. What are you? Why am I targeting you? Wait, is it a large item slot? Is it a gacha? Is it a gacha in here? Yeah, it's a gacha. Yeah, it's a gacha. It makes sense. Come up, let me up. It's just a gacha spawn on the floor. Like I said, the logic for the gachas to spawn is just anywhere on the floor or on a certain mesh on the map, and so it just clipped into the wall a little bit because it could spawn there. America. All right, down we go. Now, everyone. Yeah, they really are camouflaged and hidden. The concrete building camo. Alright, continue on, please. I do want to use my AK hit, actually. Hello? I feel like they see me. Yeah, they definitely see me. How many shot in the ass? Leave my ass alone. Who was shooting me? It was a shotgun for sure. Yeah, whoever it was, it's gone. Alright, time to leave. I am very hurt. Essentially, napalm. That's a good way of putting it. Like, you need something. You either need to play stealthy, but like when you want to go, you know, guns blazing, you can. The biggest thing I'll say is he seems like a weapons platform for a squad, and he's not a frontliner. He's just like a fire support, right? Like, he's not the one taking damage, right? Oh, also, we spawned city ruins. Or, sorry, streets, so we need to actually leave, not the bunker way. We have to go across the pipe or time to extract.
Deleting threats in order of priority.
Yeah, but essentially, someone who can heal just stands in front of Gunhead, eating all of the bullets for Gunhead. He needs a flesh shield. Well, I'm just currently saying how he functions in game, not how he's like lore-wise or presented in cinematics, right? The inability to heal in the relatively low HP pool, considering that. Oh no, that's a hunter killer that despawned immediately. So Delta, we do have a video on the channel that, you know, thanks for Fundog for providing the information for. It's canonical. So unlike my unit deep dives, which are kind of like appearance plus theories, the actual lore video that I have on my channel for Gunhead is actually all canonical right now. It's pretty ambiguous in some capacities, but it is canonical. No problem. No, no, no. Yeah, thanks, fun dog. Appreciate it. Alright, let us now hide from the drones. So, the reason why I came here is because you can just hide under these staircases from the drones. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Toy Hunter, things like that though too are things you can also like limit yourself also. Like we've done permadeath too. It's definitely something that you can just constrain yourself by. And I will say too, if you have a second Steam account for any reason, you can just do family sharing. And so for example, I have this my main account, and I have a other account which I use for like permadeath and stuff like that. Because you control your own save file, right? It's all local on your machine. And so, if you want to do permadeath, you can just, when you die, delete your account and then restart the game. Hello, drones. Goodbye, drones.
Keeping humans alive gets old.
All right, are we at cigarettes yet, please? I wasn't listening, I was busy distracted, but hopefully someone can say. All right. Keeping humans like it's old, okay. All right, 5 prestige. We didn't get any of these done. Didn't see a tech vehicle. Didn't find hidden water at all. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, we didn't find it that run, but probably doesn't exist, to be honest. Let us see here. It really feels like running Gunhead on Cemetery is borderline suicidal, considering the noise he makes. He's a very noisy boy. Though I guess on the plus side, he starts above the threshold immediately for dog. Yeah, unfortunately his head can't be suppressed right. It's just the gun, which I guess is fine. Let's actually do a cemetery. Technically speaking, as long as we don't get hit by dog, we can't get killed by dog. We're gonna be so sneaky. Okay, 545. We don't need a lot because we don't need to, if we fight a lot, we're probably dead. And let's go over to. Let's actually hold on. What are my SIGs looking like? I have more frozen swamps. Okay, we can do frozen swamp real quick. Still only 7. We're still 8 short. Sure, we'll do a frozen swamp, then we'll go over to cemetery. And so we done injection well a few times. Let's spawn. God, I'm conflicted about spawning and doing his Gunhead. All right, so we're gonna do the new map, but we're gonna do it as a character other than Gunhead, just so we can actually heal. Because I found that this map is just pretty violent. So let's make sure that we can actually survive a bit. So the Titan wreck, yeah. So let me get some meds real quick. Let me go crazy. Let me go ahead and bring in... Let me bring in a scope too, so I can actually zoom in a bit. We'll bring in the RSAT. Actually, we'll bring in NWT in. Where are you at? Now we can actually zoom in now. A little bit of 50 cal. A little more 545. And now we can do regions. And we can start injection well now, because we're gonna look around a bit. And ammo, meds, and we're good. Yeah, don't worry, it won't be the last time I misspeak. ADS. So the Titan wreck is just the so we figured out the naming convention for the actual carriers or crawlers, the land ships for Europa. They were referred to as Titans.
I hate the surface.
So let me not kill myself real quick. So these are referred to, so when you spawn at the Titan extract, you spawn right over there next to this. So it seems that these giant vehicles are called Titans. Not crawlers, not carriers, we didn't end them before. So these giant ships are all Titans. Yeah, it definitely has like a haunted feel to it, kind of like the boggy, like, definitely feels like there should be like a Shrek or a witch nearby. The only thing that I would have like written down, for example, is the log I was provided by Fundog. Everything else is just things I've written up. You know what our smokestacks need? Heads. Now, I will say, perhaps this is like a side effect of... So, like, what if... When we were talking to Lordros earlier, right? Lordros is now the lore guy, the red organ mech down in the innards. He mentioned in Mongolia, they had bio cities that would have harvests, right? After a certain amount of years. And he mentioned how they would regrow these cities because they were biocities. So I wonder, kind of going off the theory a little bit of the birds and the balloons, like, what if they like took DNA, repurposed it to build structures like this, but a side effect is that, like, for example, some of the DNA would reflect through in like veins and faces and stuff like that. So like when they're growing these smokestacks or they're growing these buildings, they like kind of occasionally have things like this on them. Naturally, just an off-the-wall theory, like cancer, yeah, cancer like that too, yeah. Cancer, or it could be planned too. For example, these could be 3D printed for whatever reason too. But like, yeah, if they are like, it definitely gives the feel, perhaps, of like repurposed code or like, you know, damaged code or stuff like that, so on and so forth. Like, oh yeah, this smokestack is for the humans. We make things for the humans off these smokestacks. How do we symbolize that these are smokestacks for humans? Well, we put a human face on it. That's only a small corner of it so far. That's like just, yeah, one slice of it. So we have that. We have a bunch of pipes leading out. There's not too much on the floor over there. We do have a giant head from whatever that is. I'm guessing a smokestack. Then we have a shantytown over there, which we'll go look at. Shantytown's full of... We'll go over to Shantytown, actually. I have meds now, so I'm not too afraid of whatever's over there. The biggest concern with Shantytown is I've gotten to combat a lot there so far, so it seems a little bit dangerous to go to Shantytown, but since I have meds, lots and lots of meds, it should be fine. That's a lot of scars. Are you here yet? So slow. Come on. Yeah, this is assuredly Los Angeles. Or Los Angeles. Like, considering the Q&A too, they hinted at like West Coast USA, the city of Los Angeles. This is like this is probably the greater LA area, repurposed as a mega city. So yeah, this is West Coast USA. And probably California, probably Los Angeles. All right. Off to the shantytown. We have more over there too. This is like the only part of the swamp. There's a few fracking areas over here. Yeah, considering the like the name of this spawn point too, it insinuates that this is like a giant fracking area to pump liquid underground to bring up more liquid. No, it's a pretty common motive so far. The great, lots of the walls kind of have faces or statues of people around, kind of in like in a very grimdark fashion. Delta. I don't remember the hell I look like this, but this is like the next POI. This is Shantytown. This is mainly all water scavs.
Bad people.
So the gnarliest thing about the water scavs so far, yeah, this is the new map, Jay, is that you can kind of see these little blood containers here. They'll pick up people and start farming them for blood. Now I wonder if this is just them or like they're actually voluntolding these people to give them their blood. Like they're actually farming them. I imagine too this might be a mission eventually also to rescue these people. Come here, rescue the people from the blood farms. Yeah, I mean, scrap boats can float. A blood bag, yeah. Well, I did say try to loot it as voluntolding. It's not necessarily by choice. You're being told to volunteer by force. Hit that, bro. There's also water here, too. Are they giving him water to turn into blood? I guess it looks like they are, perhaps. Oh, no, they definitely are. There's like little pipes leading into it, right? So they are, like, actually trying to keep this person alive. So this is actually turned into, like, an actual farm. Not just a quick way of getting some blood off a dying person. What's over there? I didn't explore over there earlier yet. I'm gonna go over there. Yeah, it's all AB plus, yeah. In the grim dark future of the Forever Winter, there's only AB plus blood. It could be the case too. I feel like if they are doing that, if they're extracting water too, they would be dead very, very quickly. But it could be the case actually. Perfectly fair. Another meat bag. Wait, hold on. That warm, fuzzy feeling. Good days are rare. Savor it. Is that literally a word search? Clean? Technically, you can filter water from everything. It's just if it's energy efficient or not. With enough pressure and enough filters, you can get water out of anything. But, like, it's just inefficient energy-wise. It's vastly inefficient. Most time, yeah. It's almost time. Open the door. Open the door. It's almost time. Yeah. I'm too old for this shit. Yeah, that's fair. Also crows, too. Some microwaves? Alright, over we go. There's more shanty stuff. Pick you up now. Yeah, the pipe's all leading from here. Oh, cow. They'll make a great offering back to the... I can't pick you up. Honestly, this is actually giving me vibes too. Like, if cows come through here, cows for meat. This would be a decent way for, like, hooking them, right? Like, this giant gap between the two buildings. I just fell off. Mantling! Mantling has betrayed me. I wanted to jump up, not mantle. See ya, Balu. Dude, that's the problem too. Is like I want to jump over the railings, or jump on top of the railings to see a bit better, but at the same time, the game will like try to mantle you over the railings. And it will propel you to death. No. All right. So let's do one more map. We're gonna do cemetery now. We're gonna go back to, well, first things first, as we're a human character. And we are not Gunhead. We are legally required to pet the dog. I guess, or get mauled by the dog. Alright, now out of Gunhead. Let us get auto rig. We're not bringing a lot though, we would be able to pick up a lot if we need to. LMG. Sequento. A little bit of three-way. And now, the cemetery. To see exactly how stealthy Gunhead could be. Yeah, so you'll see a little square over different targets on the game in the game. It'll kind of tell you if you're in range or out of range. You can shoot at the ones that are showing out of range, I believe, or it might give you an error. It'll be pretty wildly inaccurate, but if like they're a certain threshold, it will just like have a red box or a regular box around them, like a white box, and you'll just hit Q and it will start firing at them.
Perhaps today is the day.
Yeah, it does. Hello. Yeah.
Exponential inbound.
New sound effects it looks like it got too, or it sounds like it got. Alright, let's try to get out of here. So yeah, essentially it aims itself. There's nothing you need to do other than hold down Q when you want to fire. Yeah, naturally you break.
High threat in AO.
Please don't kill. Let's... Yeah, there's a gotcha. Yeah, so you can see, like, beyond effective range. You can shoot, but it won't be very effective because it will have pretty good spread. Don't mind me, just running. Now, I do want to be in right-hand cover. It's going well, like, so... Like, like... For early access games, Jay, I generally expect about one content update a quarter. They're currently surpassing that with 2 content updates a quarter, so end of October, and then now we had content updates. So 2 a quarter is pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised if we only get 1 next quarter, but like, as long as they're meeting that pace, I'm pretty happy. I know some people want content more than that, but like, it's a pretty good pace so far. Like, I imagine when we get to like, once we get to like a 1-year anniversary, the game's gonna look and feel probably vastly different than it is now. Especially considering entropy. Especially considering too, like the Q1 update, apparently they're talking about it's gonna have new units and hopefully new deployment methods for those units. That's probably like the biggest hang up outside of the misaligned sites is just the pop-in from units respawning. Gunhead's good so far. The inability to heal definitely creates some tension. It's a bit rough, but like I'm not sure if Gunhead's the issue or just how easy and prevalent the healing is for other characters is. It definitely creates tension a lot more than a lot of other things now. Like there's definitely been some tense moments with Gunhead that I haven't had for other characters in a very long time, just because of how easy healing is. Yeah, no name. There's probably just no animation yet for it. But yeah, I do agree. We should be able to pet the dog. I think you guys are going to get here before I can open that door. But no, Gunhead feels good. Like, so Gunhead can use literally every gun in the game and every rig in the game right off the rip. It's just that he cannot heal. So you have every possible upside to compensate for the downside that you cannot heal, which seems fair. Yeah, he can't be revived either. Once he is gone, he is gone. You're out for the count. And so, like, the way I've described him so far is he feels like a weapon support character. Like, he is not a frontliner. He's like the third or second person in your squad with the big guns, ready to, like, lay out some really good damage while your other guys take out the fire for you. Because he does not have a lot of endurance, right? He will get whittled down and die. Like, drones are actually probably one of the bigger threats for him. Just because, like, they just attract more drones generally, and eventually you just get whittled down, and you might win a fight if you were full HP, but because you're at, like, 500, 600, 700 HP, you just die. Alright, let's get our stuff. Let's free the civvies. And, like, I will say, too, like, one aspect that has felt nice about it is it does make you think about positioning when you're taking fights, because you really, really want to be in cover when you take these fights. And when you do, because of the amount of firepower you have, you can generally get away relatively unscathed or not hit at all. Which is nice, right? It feels nice to be rewarded for, like, actually considering, you know, cover and, like, where you are relative to your enemies. And yeah, animations too, right? He feels mechanically different from other characters. He also feels like sounds different. He plays different too. Like, I haven't tested out other characters yet, but it definitely... I'm moving around from bones, I think so. Those bones are going crazy. But it definitely feels like Gunhead can't be stealthy at all. He can be kind of stealthy far away, but we've tried to do stealth kills with him a few times now, and when you get close enough, the ambient sound of you being loud alerts them. Seems about to be about 12 meters. See, like right there, for example, right? They heard us, and they now are like, who the hell is that? It sounds like a giant robot. And they'd be right. Well, FaZe, you didn't get as... You want to be in other cover as other characters, but it was nowhere near as necessary as it is with Gunhead, right? Like, there was advantages for being in cover. You kind of needed to against, like, for example, Exos. But for the most part, you could out-heal a lot of damage as other characters with HP kits, right? Like, I generally would just face tank stuff all the time as other characters with HP kits. But that's not the case anymore with this character, right? You cannot just rely on your medkits to carry you out of bad positioning. Or not caring about positioning at all. Yeah, which is perfectly fair. Yeah, that could be an issue in regards to how strong medkits are. Yeah, that's perfectly fair. Like, it might not be the issue that Gunhead can't heal. It might be the fact that medkits are just too insanely strong, making survival feel like a joke for all their characters. So like I said, I do appreciate the tension this kind of provides. Yeah, like repairing, it'd be interesting if there was like an armor system plus HP. So like you couldn't heal HP, but like you could heal armor. And like say for example only 10% or like say for example 20% or 30% of his HP was armor. So a very low percentage wise, but enough that you could like, as long as it's only a like slight chip damage, you could repair it. But big fights would definitely hurt you if you got caught out. Like it shouldn't be like 50 armor, like 50% armor, 50% HP. It should be like, you know, 80% HP and then 20% armor. Like you have like 100, 200 HP threshold for armor just to help you stave off like pot shots here and there. Just a way of like making sure like the small little damage chips you take from drones don't eventually kill you. Or rather, like you can alleviate them killing you by compensating with repair kits or like spending some time for armor. But I do like the fact that like most of it, like it feels different, which is nice. Well, anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. That's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow with more. Yeah, feels good so far. We'll learn more later. I want to learn more from Lordos. He's new lore guy. I need more cigarettes, though. I need more cigs. Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow, and have a good one. Enjoy the patch.